Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Sorry I'm late, y'all. Welcome. Come on in, everybody. Hello, Debbie Nelson. I don't see. Let's see who's. Let me see who all's in here tonight. We have Mama Ford, Gail. Always late. Good morning, everybody. Believe. My heart to touch. Sharon, Julianne. None Your Business, Misty Ray, Cool Gamer, Debbie Nelson, Believe, Nikita, um, Diana, uh, Birdie, Diamonds Creations. Come on in, everybody. Come on, everybody. I'm not feeling the best this morning. That's why I'm a little bit late. Coming in, trial's getting ready to start. So let's see here. I love you guys, and I'm glad y'all are here today. Hello, Steph. How are you?
Okay, everybody's here.
I'm just
Waiting.
So Mr. Gotti had to file something this morning. He's on his way, but he should be here.
Of course, he's not going to be here today.
He filed something in this matter.
What'd you say?
He filed something in this matter that the court should have received this morning.
Did you receive it?
So,
Okay.
if y'all haven't hit that
Okay.
like button, hit that like
You want to
button and
approach so you can
subscribe.
tell me what it is?
That helps my channel grow. If y'all don't care, and share this live stream if you would like. What was yesterday about? I didn't even get a chance to watch it. I just went to bed last night. I was pretty tired. I talked a little bit and then I went to bed. So, can someone give me a quick run through about this case? What this man in trial for? This man is on trial for unaliving his 5-year-old beautiful little baby girl in the backseat of the car per fist. Harmony Montgomery, he took his fist and repeatedly hit this child in the backseat of the car for days and months since he got custody of her. Uh, Bloodied her face, blackened her eyes, and his wife and him they lived in a car repeatedly. She witnessed him hitting this baby so bad that they heard a pop, and they let the baby literally just sit in the back seat and soil and poop on herself and didn't change her or anything. Would cover her up with a blanket when anybody was around in the back seat until he unalived her that day, where he proceeded in taking her little body, stuffing it in a tote bag, Under Armour tote bag, and packing it around for months, putting it in a freezer, putting it in the ceiling, putting it in the closet, putting it in a cooler. Then he took the baby's body out, put it in the bathtub, poured lime on it, probably dismembered it, she cut the clothes off the baby. Then they took the baby, stuff it in a little tote bag, where they proceeded to pack it around even more. He took it to his work, stuck it in the freezer, where they ultimately, at the end of the story, he took off, distributed the body throughout everywhere. And so um they're both lying, pretty much. I believe she knows exactly. She claims that she don't know where he put her body, but I believe that they both know. And oh, thank you, Nikita. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you guys so much for supporting my channel. I got a copyright yesterday over a darn commercial for 7-hour live. I lost that whole 7-hour live yesterday because that one of the commercials did a copyright on me. This case has been so awful. Thank you, Nikita. Thank you, guys, for supporting my channel. Oh, thank you, Christine. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Love you, Daisy and Farm Family. Going to the hospital, but we'll be listening. Love you all. Thank you, Christine. Thank you, Nikita. Thank you, guys. God bless you. That helps me so much. God bless you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, guys. So much. Thank you for supporting my channel, you all. Hello, Barbara. Hello. Thank you, Nikita. Thank you, Christine. It's worse. It's even worse than that, Steph, because just listening to it was months. CPS was called 4 times. His own uncle called and reported black eyes, and they did nothing. They put this baby in his care. He was a violent career criminal. For 8 months, this baby was in his care. They handed her over, took her out of a perfectly great foster home and handed her over to a monster of a father who repeatedly picked on her, made her stand in a corner till she defecated and peed on herself, made her scrub the bathroom tub or the toilet uh, with a toothbrush.
Please be seated.
He was just
Oh,
very
I guess,
abusive to
yes,
her.
yes. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Apologies.
He's a
Okay.
monster.
I was told you were going to file something, but I don't see any. But I just checked with the clerk's office.
Yes, Your Honor, if you could approach.
Yes.
He is a monster. The other day, the stepmom, uh, they were talking about the stepmom saying at the beginning that she had blood on her face, Harmony here, from him hitting her and blood on his fist. And she said, "Oh, that wasn't that day. That was from the day, like a few days before that he'd hit her." And they just left the blood on the baby's face. Like her face was swelled with black and blue bruises, and they literally, when people would come around, they would cover her up in the back seat of the car so people could not see what he was doing to her. And that stepmother sit right there and done it herself. She let him do it. She let him hurt that baby. So yeah, this is a bad trial. This is horrific. A very horrific trial. So it was the stepmama and father. What happened to the birth mother? The birth mother lost custody because she was struggling with a drug addiction. And then the little girl was sent to a foster home where she was taken great care of. Harmony was taken really good care of at that foster home, but the state kept giving her back to her mom, to where the foster parents was like, "I can't do this anymore." And yeah, Harmony is precious, you guys. And then ultimately the father filed for petition, and because he was the sperm donor, he got Harmony. And that's where the the abuse started. Drug addictions, homelessness, living in a car, nothing to eat, uh, being beat every day. If she asked to use the bathroom, he would beat her. If she used the bathroom on herself, he would beat her. The last day that she was alive, they let her pee and poop on herself in that car for almost, what, 12, 13 hours, and wouldn't like get out and do anything. And if she would do it, he would beat her. If she would tell, he would beat her. So she didn't tell. And literally, they took her body when she passed away. They sit and let her moan in the back seat after he hit her. Good morning, Dana. until she stopped moaning. And the only reason why they checked on her is because the car stalled at a red light and they was trying to get the kids out to walk and they found she was unalived. So they put her in a duffel bag, soiled and all, and threw her in the no, they didn't throw her in the trunk. They took her and placed her in a snow pile. We don't even really know if she was deceased at that time. She could have very well been um, still alive, just unconscious. So we don't know if she passed away from asphyxia from being in that duffel bag or from the injuries pertain to him. But if she was moaning, it was probably a severe brain bleed. Here we go, guys. I'm gonna take this bottom thing down too, so people can see what they're saying.
Who's the first witness? Oh, right, DNA.
Are you sure? Because I think it's day 8. I'm pretty sure it's day 8, right? Let me look. I'll go look. I'll have to change it. It is day 7. It's day 7. I'll have to change it after the live. It won't let me do it today. I'll have to change it when the live stream's over because it's not going to let me do it today.
What do we put your? Oh, it's a different witness. Never mind.
So, Your Honor, if you wish to get the jury in, that's fine. I'll be ready by the time.
Okay. Please bring in the jurors. All rise for the jury, please.
The sad part of it is that they're not even making him show up for court. He doesn't even have to show up for court. He's too coward to show his face for court. I think he should be there made to face the consequences of the shit he did.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. Statement call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Alan Ackroyd Gonzalez.
Were they still doing forensics yesterday? Did they get finished with forensics? I wonder if they still doing forensics. Looks like somebody probably from forensics.
Mr. Allen, or Mr. Gonzalez, you can remain standing and just raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
You have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. Is there some water in front of you? And when you're ready, if you can just start by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
Excuse me. Alan Ackroyd-Salas, ALANACKROYD hyphen ISALES.
Mr. Ackroyd-Salas, where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by DNA Labs International.
And how long have you been employed there?
I've worked at DNA Labs International for roughly the last 2.5 years.
What is your current assignment with that organization?
I'm currently a senior DNA analyst.
And what is a senior DNA analyst? What do you do?
DNA analyst examines evidence connected to crime scenes for the presence of biological material and seeks to obtain DNA profiles from whatever biological material they find.
And what's your current role and responsibility in that as a senior DNA analyst?
Well, as I said, I conduct analyses on evidence, write up reports as to my conclusions, testify as necessary. In addition to that, I also participate in continuing education, proficiency testing, training newer analysts in the protocols and procedures of the laboratory, and any other duties I can perform to help the lab function smoothly.
Before you were employed by DNA Labs International, where were you employed?
Prior to DNA Labs International, I worked for the Defense Forensic Science Center, which is the forensic laboratory for the armed forces.
And let me back up for just a moment. DNA Labs International, where's that organization based out of?
That's based out of Deerfield Beach, Florida.
You mentioned your prior role with, I think you mentioned the defense. Can you just repeat?
Defense Forensic Science Center.
Defense Forensic Science Center. How long were you employed by them?
I worked there for roughly 10 years.
And when did you start with them? What year?
I started with them in 2011.
Can you tell these jurors about your background, your education?
Well, I got a bachelor's in science in biology from Haverford College, and then a master's in forensic science from Virginia Commonwealth University.
And what year did you graduate from? Did you say Haverford College?
Haverford College, yes. I graduated in 2008.
And what specialized training and experience do you have for your current position?
Well, every laboratory will have its own training plan for DNA analysts. So my first job with the Defense Forensic Science Center, I passed their specific qualifications. And after that, when I was employed at DNA Labs International, I then passed their specific training plan. And in addition to that, I participated in proficiency testing, continuing education, keeping abreast of developments in my field.
Have you testified previously? I know you said that that's a function of your current role, but have you testified in a superior court?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell the jurors what your experience includes with that? How many times have you testified?
To date, not including depositions, I've testified in 2 hearings and 2 trials, not in this jurisdiction, however.
DNA Labs International, is that an accredited organization?
Yes, it is.
And what is its accreditation?
Well, it's recognized as a laboratory that can be trusted to follow proper protocols and procedures, keep to guidelines set by the FBI. And accreditation was given by the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
You mentioned proficiency testing. Can you tell the jurors what that is?
Essentially, a proficiency test is a mock case submitted by an organization outside my laboratory, in which they know what results I should get from DNA analysis on the evidence they send us. And I have to properly follow my lab's protocols and procedures to get those correct results. That demonstrates I can properly do the job.
So that's proficiency testing in general. Have you completed proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
What were the results?
I passed every proficiency test.
Approximately how many samples have you performed DNA analysis on in your career?
This is a very rough estimate, but I would say that I've worked on approximately 30,000 samples in my career at this point.
30,000?
Yes.
Have you ever been recognized as an expert in the field of forensic analysis, DNA analysis?
Yes, because I've qualified as an expert witness in other jurisdictions.
Your Honor, the state moves to qualify Mr. Ackroyd-Azales as an expert in the field of DNA analysis.
I have no objection to him giving his opinion. The court finds him so qualified.
And you mentioned testifying in depositions. Did you testify in a deposition in this specific matter?
Yes, I did.
And during that deposition, did you reference reports that you had written in this specific matter?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors how many reports you've authored in this case?
I wrote 6 reports for this case.
The material that you referenced during that deposition, that was the defense's opportunity to ask you questions. Do you have those here with you today?
Yes, I have them.
And would referring to those items, those reports, the material that you authored in this case, would that help your testimony?
Yes, it
Being
would.
able to refer to that information.
It would be helpful.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this witness be allowed to reference his case material as necessary.
Upon request as necessary.
Thank you. So, Mr. Ackroyd-Azales, this jury's already heard from an analyst, a DNA analyst before, but just generally, can you describe what DNA is?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the basic building block of life. It's present in all living things.
And can you tell the jurors where it's found in the human body?
DNA is found in the nucleus of the cells within a body.
And does DNA differ cell to cell?
Within a single organism, DNA does not differ from cell to cell.
How about person to person?
Person to person, yes, the DNA does differ. That's the basis of DNA analysis.
And can you just explain for the jurors, can you just walk them through the steps of DNA analysis?
So there's a couple key steps that had to be performed once a sample is collected from evidence. First is extraction, in which that sample is exposed to a combination of heat and chemicals. Now that serves to break open whatever cells are present in a sample and purify the DNA within it. Following that is quantitation. All that means is just measuring how much DNA is present in that extracted sample. And if there's enough DNA, the step after that is amplification. Now, the human genome, that's a lot of information. I don't need to look at every bit of that. I'm just interested in roughly 20 or so genetic markers, what I call loci. And that's enough for me to differentiate the DNA from one person to another. So the way amplification works is that it makes millions upon millions of copies of just those genetic markers in a sample. So once that's been done, the last step is injecting that amplified sample into a genetic analyzer. And essentially this instrument just translates that amplified sample into a DNA profile that I can interpret and analyze.
And you mentioned your lab's accreditation. Does your lab follow standardized protocols and procedures?
Yes, it does.
And you mentioned a review process. Can you just describe what that review process is for the jurors?
Well, a review that my reports always have to go through is a technical review. So another qualified analyst has to review my work, make sure that they agree with my conclusions, and that I wrote up my results appropriately.
Mr. Ackroyd-Azales, I want to switch gears and I want to talk about your work on this case. And again, if you need to refer to your notes at any point, just let us know. But did you conduct DNA analysis in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what known DNA samples were you provided during the course of your work on this case?
To be clear, DNA sample references that the laboratory worked or DNA profiles that were provided but from another agency.
Let's first talk about DNA profiles that were provided by another agency.
If I can refer to the reports. Uh, DNA profiles for Harmony Montgomery and Adam Montgomery were provided by the New Hampshire Department of Safety Forensic Laboratory.
And that DNA profile for Harmony Montgomery, do you know where that came from? Where that profile was developed from?
That was taken from a toothbrush, presumed to have been Harmony Montgomery's property, and as such was taken as an alternate reference for Harmony Montgomery.
2 known profiles is what you mentioned receiving. During your work on this case, your involvement on this case, did you develop another profile?
Yes, we
Go ahead.
received a reference sample for crystal sorry, and we developed a DNA profile from that sample within my laboratory.
And was that from a buccal swab?
Yes, it was.
So now that we know about these known samples that you received, I want to talk about your work on this case, specific items that you processed and analyzed. Before we get there, though, can you just describe the 4 steps that you go through when you receive a swab, when you start with a swab or cutting of an unknown DNA sample?
Well, as I explained earlier for the DNA process, we go through extraction, separating the DNA within the cells in the sample from the rest of it, quantitation, measuring how much DNA there is, amplification, making copies of just the genetic markers that I look at in a DNA profile, and then entering that amplified sample into a genetic analyzer. And that's what gives me a DNA profile that I can look at and interpret.
During the course of your involvement on this case, did you receive an item MER 3D RL13?
Yes.
Okay. And so let's begin with that item. That's already been admitted in this case as States Exhibit 74, and it's marked MER 3D RL13. What is that item? Can you tell the jurors?
If I can go to the report.
Please.
That item is pieces of sheetrock with heavy stains. A piece of sheetrock with heavy stains, excuse me.
Piece of sheetrock with heavy stains. Did you perform DNA analysis on that item?
I performed DNA analysis on samples taken from this item.
Okay, and how many samples were taken from that item?
2 samples were taken from this piece of sheetrock, one from the left bottom corner of the staining, and one from the center edge of the staining. And these 2 samples were combined together to go through the DNA process as one sample.
And can you just explain why you do that and how it works?
Well, in this, why 2 samples were combined?
Yes.
In this case, it was presumptive that staining all came from the same source. It also tested as indicative of blood. So we went on treating that as from being from the same person.
And you said it tested as indicative of blood. What does that mean for the jurors?
So we did what is called a presumptive test for the presence of blood. So that's generally considered a presumptive test is very sensitive for whatever material it's testing for, but it's not considered confirmatory, as in it's not considered specific to that material. So in this case, we only did a presumptive testing. So all I can say is that blood was indicated on this item.
So you combined the 2 samples that you received. What were the results of your testing?
At the end of the DNA process for that sample, the resulting DNA profile indicated at least 1 female contributor. However, due to some ambiguity in the profile, I interpreted it as 2 contributors.
And what was the ambiguity? Can you explain that?
Well, there are known side effects of the DNA process that can at times indicate that there's another contributor present. Basically, those signs weren't conclusive enough for me to say that there was definitely at least 2 people there, but it was suggesting that there were 2 people. So as a result, my language was that I interpreted that profile as 2 people.
What other conclusions were you able to draw from those samples in your analysis?
In comparing that DNA profile to the reference profiles from Harmony Montgomery, Crystal Sorey, and Adam Montgomery, none of them were able to be ruled out as possible contributors to that mixture.
Did you perform a likelihood ratio on those results?
Yes, a likelihood ratio is essentially a comparison of two competing ideas. In this case, I'm saying that for this DNA mixture, one idea is that the DNA profile is explained by the presence of one of the references and an unknown person, versus the other idea being that the DNA profile is made up of two unknown people. So by comparing those two contrasting ideas to explain the evidence, I can generate a likelihood ratio which says which of those propositions we say is more likely than the other.
And what was the likelihood ratio with respect to the profile that you received from Harmony or of Harmony Montgomery?
The DNA, I'm reading directly from the report, if that's all right.
Is
Any objection? No objection. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The DNA profile from the sample is approximately 4.1 billion times more probable if the sample originated from Harmony Montgomery and an unknown person than if it originated from two unknown persons. And this analysis provides very strong support for the proposition that Harmony Montgomery is a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from this sample.
And you just said very strong support. Why use that phrase, very strong support?
Well, we use a verbal scale to describe the strength of likelihood ratios. And the strongest language that I'm allowed to use is very strong support. And that begins when a likelihood ratio is 1 million or greater. And in this case, as I said, the likelihood ratio is 4.1 billion.
And can you explain the significance of that number, 4.1 billion?
Well, just to give us a scale, a sense of the numbers, a million is a 1 followed by 6 zeros, if you're ever lucky enough to see it on a check. A billion, on the other hand, is a 1 followed by 9 zeros.
So we're still talking about States Exhibit 74. That's MER 3D RL13, the piece of sheetrock that you mentioned Did you conduct further analysis of that item?
Yes, as I said, I also conducted comparisons to Adam Montgomery and Crystal Sorey. In comparing Crystal Sorey to this DNA profile from the piece of sheetrock, the DNA profile obtained from the sample is approximately 12 times more probable if the sample originated from two unknown persons than if it originated from Crystal Sorey and an unknown person. In this case, this analysis provides limited support for the proposition that Crystal Sorey is not a contributor to the mixture obtained from this sample.
Any other analysis that you performed with respect to those samples?
In comparing Adam Montgomery, the DNA profile obtained from the sample is approximately 18 times more probable if the sample originated from two unknown persons than if it originated from Adam Montgomery and an unknown person. And this analysis provides limited support for the proposition that Adam Montgomery is not a contributor to this DNA profile.
Still with respect to States Exhibit 74 MER 3D 13, RL 13, which the jury saw yesterday, just for clarification. Did you test another sample of that item at some point during your involvement in this case?
Yes, in a report after this one that I just described the results from, another sample was taken for testing.
And why was another sample taken for testing?
Well, we received permission to use a amplification kit different from the one that is originally approved for the New Hampshire State Police.
Can you walk us through the process of that second sample that you took, or third sample rather, that you took?
Well, I should say that we requested this permission because the DNA was very degraded, we could see, on the sheetrock. And the kit that we wanted to use was an upgraded version of the one we had used before. So it tested for more genetic markers, and we would be able to perform more conclusive analysis, I should say.
Now, you just mentioned the DNA that you observed on that item is 74 degraded. Can you explain to the jurors what that means?
Well, DNA is not a very strong molecule, I should say. There's a lot of different environmental factors that can break it down. That includes ultraviolet light, exposure to heat, chemicals, cleaning agents, strong acids and bases. prolonged immersion in water, bacteria. So all that can serve to break down DNA. So there's not many places just out in the world where DNA won't be attacked in some fashion.
How about time? Does time have anything to do with
Well,
degradation of DNA samples?
Generally speaking, yes. The longer DNA is exposed to any of those elements, yeah, DNA is going to break down even further, with more time, with more exposure.
The third piece that you tested, can you walk us through your analysis, the process that you used?
Yes, just flipping to that report. So this is still that item, the piece of sheetrock with the heavy staining. An additional sample was collected from approximately 3 inches of the bottom of the stained area. And again, blood was indicated on that sample. And the DNA profile obtained from this sample definitively indicated a mixture of at least 2 individuals.
Were you able to draw any conclusions based on your analysis?
In comparing Harmony Montgomery, Crystal Sorry, and Adam Montgomery to this new mixture, again, I wasn't able to conclusively exclude, they could not be conclusively ruled out as possible contributors to the mixture.
Did you perform a likelihood ratio as you did with the prior samples?
Yes, I did.
What were the results of that likelihood ratio?
In comparing Harmony Montgomery to this mixture, the DNA profile obtained from the sample is approximately 1.1 trillion times more probable if the sample originated from Harmony Montgomery and 1 unknown person than if it originated from 2 unknown persons. And this analysis provides very strong support for the proposition that Harmony Montgomery is a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from the sample.
And that terminology that you just used, the very strong support, that again is the highest level of support that you can provide. Is that correct?
That is the strongest language that I'm allowed to use.
And can you explain the significance of that number, 1.1 trillion?
Well, a trillion is a million multiplied by another million. Or to put it another way, as I was saying, a million is a 1 followed by 6 zeros. A trillion is a 1 followed by 12 zeros.
Like, they try to discredit it, and they're
You
literally
mentioned 2 contributors, 2 potential contributors. Was there a second profile that you were able to obtain from that item?
Sorry, do you mean, was I able to perform a likelihood ratio for that second contributor in the mixture?
Correct, yes.
I wasn't able to conclusively, I was able to perform a likelihood ratio for Adam Montgomery and Crystal Sorry to that mixture. For Crystal Sorry, the DNA profile obtained from the sample is approximately 1.5 times more probable if the sample originated from Crystal Sorry and 1 unknown person than if it originated from 2 unknown persons. But we consider that uninformative if a likelihood ratio is between 1.1 and 2, because that's just not strong support for either proposition. In comparing Adam Montgomery to that mixture, the DNA profile obtained from the sample is approximately 69 times more probable if the sample originated from 2 unknown persons than if it originated from Adam Montgomery and 1 unknown person. And this analysis provides limited support for the proposition that Adam Montgomery is not a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from the sample.
Just to clarify, from that third sample that you took, how many profiles were you able to obtain? How many profiles did you obtain? DNA profiles?
It was only 1 DNA profile, but I could see that there were at least 2 individuals within it.
And what does that mean for the jurors?
Well, essentially, I was only able to, we treat it as identifying Harmony Montgomery in that mixture, given the likelihood ratio, but I was not able to conclusively identify the additional second contributor in that mixture.
The second contributor, what can you tell the jurors about that profile?
Well, it was a very partial person. There was not a lot of genetic information for that person in the DNA profile.
I agree. Wildfire,
So
he should have been there.
I would not honestly expect to be able to identify that person, even if we had obtained the reference that matched that person in the evidence.
And what does that mean scientifically, a partial person?
Well, essentially that there just wasn't a lot of genetic data. There wasn't a lot of DNA from that second contributor present in the DNA profile.
So I want to turn your attention now to another item. Did you have occasion to test samples from MER 3D RL14 and 12? That's DLI number 22-07495.01.
I'm sorry, can you say it again?
The DLI number or
The DLI number.
yep, it's 22-07495.01. And just to clarify, DLI applies its own numbers to items that it receives. Is that right?
Yes, I did have occasion to perform DNA analysis on that item.
Okay. And sorry, you were looking at your notes when I asked, but DLI, when you process items, you apply your own item numbers to that evidence. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And so this item has previously been admitted as State's Exhibit 81. What is that item? Can you tell the jurors?
That item, 22-07495.01, that is two rails screwed together.
And I think you answered this already, but did you perform analysis on that item?
Yes, I did.
How did you perform analysis of that item?
Well, there was staining visible on this item, so blood was indicated on the rails that were screwed together. And following that, the sample was collected from that staining for DNA analysis. And already went through the DNA process, and the resulting DNA profile of that indicated at least one contributor.
One contributor now.
Yeah, a single contributor.
What results and conclusions were you able to draw from that?
Well, Harmony Montgomery could not be ruled out as a possible contributor to that DNA profile.
And just as with the prior samples, were you able to perform a likelihood ratio?
Yes, I was, in comparing Harmony Montgomery to that DNA profile. The result of which was the DNA profile obtained from the sample is approximately 1.4 trillion times more probable if the sample originated from Harmony Montgomery than if it originated from an unknown person. And this analysis provides, again, very strong support for the proposition that Harmony Montgomery is a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from the sample.
Again, can you explain the significance of 1.4 trillion?
Well, again, the language for very strong support for a proposition that starts when a likelihood ratio is 1 million or greater. And a trillion can be explained as a million multiplied by another million, or a million is again a 1 followed by 6 zeros, and a trillion is a 1 followed by 12 zeros.
I want to turn to the other items that you analyzed during the course of your involvement with this investigation. And so I want to go through those items individually and talk about the conclusions that you were able to draw, starting with an item LH, 1LH, a pillow with rope drawstring.
Yes, I have that in front of me.
What conclusions, if any, were you able to draw from your analysis of that item?
Well, staining was visible on the pillow with the drawstring, but no blood was indicated on this item. And following that, 2 samples were collected from the item for DNA analysis, one from the rope and one from the exterior of the pillow. However, no DNA was detected on either sample, so we didn't do any further analysis past that point.
How about item BE017, BE017?
BE017 was a clear, thin zip tie. Again, there was staining, visible staining, but no blood was indicated on the zip tie, and an insufficient amount of DNA was detected from a sample collected from it. So again, no further analysis was performed.
I want to turn your attention to item number JP88. Did you test that item?
Yes.
And what conclusions, if any, were you able to draw from your results?
This item was a pink child sock. Apparent hairs were visible on the sock. We did not conduct any analysis on that. We did take a DNA sample from the interior of the sock, and the DNA profile obtained indicated a mixture of at least 3 individuals with at least 1 male contributor. And furthermore, crystal sorghum could not be ruled out as a possible contributor to that mixed DNA profile.
And did you further analyze that in another report?
Yes, I did.
What were the results of that additional analysis?
If I can flip to it. And further reports, I was also able to compare the DNA profile for Harmony Montgomery and Adam Montgomery to the DNA profile obtained from the sock.
What conclusions were you able to draw from that comparison?
Well, first, in comparing Crystal Sori, probabilistic genotyping results supported their exclusion as a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from the interior of the sock when a proposition of 3 overall contributors was considered. In comparing Harmony Montgomery, again, the probabilistic genotyping results for Harmony Montgomery supported their exclusion, again, as a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from the interior of the sock. And comparing Adam Montgomery, the probabilistic genotyping results for Adam Montgomery, again, supported their exclusion as a contributor to the DNA profile previously obtained from the interior of the sock when a proposition of 3 overall contributors was considered.
Any other conclusions you were able to draw from that item?
No, that was all the analysis that was done on that item.
I want to turn your attention to JP 216-C. Did you have an opportunity to review and analyze that item?
Yes, I did. This item, sorry, one moment. This item was a cutting from a sweater.
I'm sorry?
This item was a cutting from a sweater, JP 216-C.
Okay. What, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from your analysis of that item?
Blood was indicated on that cutting. However, an insufficient amount of DNA was detected from a sample taken from the cutting. And because of that, no further analysis was performed.
I want to turn your attention to MER 3D1A. Did you have an opportunity to analyze that item?
Yes, this was a metal cutting.
What, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from that item?
Blood was indicated on this cutting. However, an insufficient amount of DNA was detected, and therefore no further analysis was performed.
Turning your attention to MER 3D-B, were you able to analyze that item?
Yes, this was a lab cutting of stained drywall backing.
What, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from that item?
Blood was indicated on this cutting, but an insufficient amount of DNA was detected, and therefore no further analysis was performed.
Turning your attention to JP 251-1, were you able to analyze that item?
Yes, this was a section of string.
And
Blood was, I apologize. Blood was indicated on the string, and the DNA profile obtained from the string indicated at least 1 male contributor. Crystal Sori and Harmony Montgomery were excluded as contributors to that DNA profile, and Adam Montgomery as well was excluded as a contributor to that DNA profile.
And that was in a later analysis, is that right?
Yes.
And just to clarify, you said the defendant Adam Montgomery was excluded, Crystal Sori was excluded, and Harmony Montgomery, they were all excluded from that DNA profile?
That's correct.
Understood. Turning your attention to MER 3D-A2, did you have an opportunity to analyze that item?
Yes, this was another lab cutting of stained drywall backing. Blood was indicated on the cutting, and the resulting DNA profile obtained from the cutting indicated a mixture of at least 2 individuals with at least 1 male contributor. However, due to the complex nature of this mixed DNA profile, it was inconclusive for comparison purposes.
Turning your attention to JP 216. JP 216, were you able to analyze that item?
I'd have to go to the report that it was analyzed in. JP216.
Correct.
Okay, this was a sweater with stains.
Were you able to analyze that item?
Yes, blood was indicated on the sweater, and a sample was collected from a possible blood stain on the wearer's right side for DNA analysis. However, the resulting DNA profile obtained from that sample indicated a mixture of at least 4 individuals with at least 1 male contributor. And due to the complex nature of that mixed DNA profile, it was inconclusive for comparison purposes.
Turning your attention to MER 3D RL3. Did you have an opportunity to analyze that item? And if it helps, it's DLI item number 22-07494.01.
Okay, yes, I have it. Yes, I did have opportunity to analyze this item. It is screws and a rail.
What, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from that item?
From the rail, blood was indicated on the rail, and the result of which was that a sample was collected from the staining. However, an insufficient amount of DNA was detected from that sample, so no further analysis was performed.
I want to turn your attention to a final item, TSC 8. Did you have an opportunity to analyze TSC 8?
I'm sorry, can you give me the DLI item number?
I can have just a moment. It's 22-11851.
Yes, I did perform analysis on this item.
And what was that item, or what is that item?
It is the carpeted floorboard from an Audi.
You said from an Audi?
Yes.
What, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from that sample?
No blood was indicated on that carpeted floorboard, and a sample was collected from the entire surface of the item for DNA analysis. But no DNA profile was obtained from the sample.
So, Mr. Acro-Rosales, I just want to summarize. You were able to develop a profile from MER 3D RL13.
Sorry, I need to flip back and see what item that is. Yes, I was.
And that was 4.1 billion times more likely to be Harmony Montgomery and an unknown person.
For one of the samples taken from that item, which was the piece of sheetrock with heavy stains, yes, that was the resulting likelihood ratio.
And when you tested another location on that item, you were able to obtain another likelihood ratio.
This is Harmony's
That is
bedroom.
correct, yes.
Specific with respect to
Harmony's
Harmony
little
Montgomery,
bedroom
what
that
was
she had in
likelihood
that
ratio?
Guilford Street.
That likelihood ratio was 1.1 trillion times more likely if that DNA profile had originated from Harmony Montgomery and an unknown person than if it originated from 2 unknown people.
And you were able to develop a profile on the item MER 3D RL4 and 12.
Yes.
And can you remind the jurors what that what the likelihood ratio was for that item with respect to Harmony Montgomery?
That item was 2 rails screwed together, and the resulting likelihood ratio in comparing Harmony Montgomery was that it was 1.4 trillion times more probable if the sample originated from Harmony Montgomery than if it originated from an unknown person.
1.4 trillion?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Acro-Rosales. I have no additional questions for you, Your Honor. I pass the witness.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
There's the devil.
One of the reasons that states would say a state lab like New Hampshire that does DNA sends items to you or DLI labs
Morning,
is
Miss Lee.
because you do a different type of DNA analysis than most other places in the country, right?
She's always trying to discredit.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're asking.
The genotype probabilistic testing.
Yes. So probabilistic genotyping is what is used to um, perform likelihood ratios. Essentially, that's a combination of statistical methods and biological concepts to help in DNA analysis.
And what that does is, like, complex means more than one, can mean more than one DNA sample, right?
Well, in saying that a DNA profile is complex, that can potentially mean that that sample is from more than one person. That's possible.
It could mean that the DNA sample was somewhat degraded,
That's possible.
and it could mean that there's less of a sample.
Uh, that's possible. Yes.
Okay. And there's other reasons that people, well, for the most part, I'm going to call it PGT, probabilistic genotyping. Is that what?
We usually just do PG, but I will understand what you mean if you say that's what PGT means.
Okay, because I will stumble over the words if I have to do it each time. PG is
Why does
essentially
this
a way
woman get on
to
my
get
nerves?
better information from less DNA or more complex DNA.
Compared to traditional analysis methods, yes.
Okay, so if there was like a finding of two sources on a DNA sample, but the lab wasn't capable of further analysis, it might come to you.
That's possible.
Okay. And probabilistic genotyping is actually a computer algorithm, right?
Computer software is used, yes.
Okay. And it combines all possibilities and runs whether or not the likelihood of this possibility being achieved. Why don't you explain?
Well, essentially, you're asking how a likelihood ratio is performed.
What it means? Yes, how it's performed.
Essentially, the software makes at the start random guesses as to what genetic, well, what I should say, what alleles, so what specific genetic markers apply to each contributor in a mixture,
Hello,
and
Gigi.
in what
Good morning,
proportion
everybody. I'm
for
here
each of the
today.
genetic markers that we look at. And by comparing that, and then for each successive guess that it does blind, it compares to the actual DNA profile. And it can see how closely or how badly it fits the actual data. So as a result of that, it makes successive guesses as it goes through what's called Markov chain Monte Carlo. So essentially, as it's making these random guesses, it does assess whether the next guess is better than the previous guess. And as a result, it kind of narrows in on what the actual genetic alleles, what DNA profile applies to each contributor in a mixture.
And a person who compares DNA profiles can do the same thing, but it would take an astronomical amount of time, right?
A computer can do it in a fraction of the time that I could do it by hand, yes.
Okay. And when you hit numbers like trillion, billion, things like that, that the DNA probabilistic result is 1.4 billion. You said it's very strong support for the DNA profile matching another person.
I would say that it's very strong support for the proposition that the DNA profile resulted from the person who's being compared, as well as however other unknown individuals are present in that mixture.
Okay. So one of the things is this can't make a match,
I can't conclusively say it's someone's DNA or not. No.
but
I
the
know.
likelihood
So,
is so
mhm.
high that you might be able to accept it as a match.
I can't say that.
The likelihood that it is that person when we're in the billions.
You're
and stuff,
welcome,
it's pretty high.
Gigi.
It is high, yes.
Okay. And you can have likelihood ratios right down to 2 that mean something, right?
Yes.
Because under 2, it's uninformative, I think you said.
That's correct.
Okay. So if we can sort of say it's probably somebody by a probabilistic ratio of 10 versus a billion, the more likelihood that it is that person at a billion is really, really high, right?
Well, a billion is a lot larger than 10, if that's what you mean. Yes.
Okay. And okay. Somebody might walk away from that pretty comfortable that it is the person that the matching says it probably is. The DNA is from that source that the probabilistic ratio says it is.
I can only speak to the statistical weight. I can't
Okay.
tell anyone to come to a conclusion.
Good
So
morning,
you can't
Angel. Come on
conclusively
in,
say
Angel.
that Harmony Montgomery is the source of the DNA on the sheetrock or the rails, but the probability is very, very high.
That's fair to say.
Okay. Now, on the sheetrock, you found a possibility of two sources.
Sorry, we're talking about.
MER 3D13, RL13.
Yes,
Okay. And you weren't quite sure, but that probability was there, right?
I wasn't quite sure about what. I'm sorry.
Whether it was one source or two sources, but there was enough to raise that possibility.
For the first two samples that were taken, yes, it was. It was at least one person, and there were some suggestions of it being two people. And as a result of that, I interpreted it as two people.
Okay. And then when you did the testing on the rails and the analysis there, that was pretty conclusively one source?
There was no indication of any other contributor being present in that DNA profile.
Okay, so if the sheetrock and the metal rails came together and the DNA that was on both of them was from the same source, can we conclude that there was only one source on the sheetrock?
Well, no, because I can't speak for how people in the past might have touched these various items or who made what kind of contact or how DNA came to be on an item. I simply can't speak to the activity that led to DNA ending up on an item of evidence.
Okay, so the possibility that the sheetrock had two sources and the metal rails had one source. The possibility that the sheetrock had two sources still exists, even though the rail had one source.
Yes, the DNA results support that.
Okay. And did you receive any profiles from Kayla Montgomery to compare?
Caleb Montgomery, no, we never received a reference for that person.
Okay. So I want to talk about some of the other testing that you did in this case. You reviewed it, some of them with the state, and
Good morning,
let's talk about
Cassie.
JP88, which was the
Good morning,
pink sock.
Angel.
And JP, the jury has learned P stands for Pittman, who collected evidence from an Audi. And you found DNA on the child's pink sock, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And DNA degrades over time, right?
Yes.
And weather conditions can affect the amount of degradation.
Yes.
And weather meaning extreme hot and extreme
Good
cold.
morning, lucky girl.
Right.
Yes, those will both play a factor.
Other environmental factors such as mold and stuff like that might affect DNA degradation.
Yes, that's true.
And the jury has heard the condition that the Audi was in at the time that it was searched. You were able to obtain DNA from the Audi, right?
Uh, are we still speaking of the pink tile sock?
JP88, sorry.
Biscuits, gravy,
I
sauce.
was able to obtain a DNA
Pardon?
profile from the sock, yes.
And you were able to exclude Harmony and Adam from that DNA.
In comparing their DNA results by probabilistic genotyping, the statistics supported them being excluded.
Was it in this? It was a very high number, right?
10 likelihood ratio supporting exclusion, 10,000 or greater. We consider that that this is the phrasing we use, that they support their exclusion.
And this was well above 10,000.
If you want the exact number, I need to go into the case file.
I don't need to, but it was a lot over 10,000, right?
It was at least 10,000. I don't remember the
He's
number.
so
exactly.
rude.
Okay, but it is a within your realm that strongly supports exclusion.
That's correct.
And you talked about 1 billion strongly supports exclusion earlier on other items.
I believe we were speaking of inclusion when I was.
Okay. So anyway, it strongly supports exclusion on the pink sock, right?
In comparing Harmony Montgomery, Crystal Soria, and Adam Montgomery, yes, the resulting statistics all supported their exclusion from the pink sock.
Okay. So DNA survived the conditions that the jury has heard that the Audi was in, sufficient to make a comparison of DNA and make a determination that supports exclusion.
In this case, yes.
Okay.
What do you mean, Miss V?
Now the JP 216 was a sweater with stains,
Yes.
and it was an adult sweater with stains.
I actually don't have that information in the reports.
Okay.
What size or
Okay.
what person that sweater is intended for.
And I think the conclusion was at least 4 individuals on that.
For the sample taken from a possible blood stain on the wearer's right side, the resulting DNA profile was a mixture of at least 4 individuals with at least 1 male contributor, but it was due to its complex nature. Yes, it couldn't be used for comparison purposes.
Okay, so you're
Oh,
comfortable
okay,
with the conclusion that it is at
okay,
least 4 people contributed to
I
the
have to let my
staining.
phone over here charge,
I'm
and then I'll check it.
comfortable with
Okay?
conclusion that I
Please,
got
please, my
DNA
phone
from
gets
at least
charged,
4
and I'll
individuals
check it.
from the
Thank
sample
you, Miss
taken from
V.
that
I
stain.
love you.
Okay, and
Thank
that
you. Love you, Miss V.
at least one of those individuals was male.
That's correct.
And did you determine if that staining was blood?
Blood was indicated on the sweater. Yeah, but I wasn't able to conclusively identify it as blood.
Okay. And again, blood can survive extreme conditions of very, very hot and very, very cold.
It's possible, and I don't know the exact weather conditions and what other factors might have come into play with where the sweater was found.
Okay. And if a conclusion of different testing was that it was blood on the sweater, you can't say one way or the other if that conclusion was correct or not.
Thank you so much,
I'm
Miss
sorry, can you
Veronica. I
say that
love
again?
you.
If other testing
Thank you,
revealed
thank
blood
you,
on
thank
that
you,
sweater,
thank you.
you can't determine whether that other testing was
Oh,
correct
it's okay,
or not.
Miss V. I
Well,
love
if
you so
my
much.
laboratory or
Thank
I
you so
didn't
much for
perform that
that.
testing, I can't speak for whoever did
God
it.
bless you,
Okay.
sweetheart. I love you.
And I guess the thing that I'm trying to get to is that DNA and blood, while it can be degraded by many different conditions, it can also survive in many different conditions, right?
That's fair to say, yes.
And it can survive over years.
Possibly. Again, it depends on the specific conditions.
Okay. If I may have a moment.
I love you, Miss Veronica. Thank you so much, sweet, sweet, sweet Miss V, Miss V. Miss V. Oh, thank you for gifting a membership too, Miss V. Thank you, sweetheart. Let's see who got the membership. Hang on. This guy's getting frustrated with that woman. Let me see. Thank you so much, Miss V.
And I think the other was TSC8, a carpeted floorboard from an Audi. You testified,
Hang on, yeah.
or a piece of a carpet.
Carpeted floorboard
Okay, from an. Did you say? Does it
from
say?
an Audi. Yes.
Okay, and TSC8. I don't. Do you know what those initials stand for?
Oh, Saratoga Mom.
TSC8.
Saratoga's mom got the
I
membership.
don't. That was assigned by
Thank
the
you,
New
Miss
Hampshire,
Veronica. I love
New Hampshire
you.
authorities.
Okay.
Hello, Melanie. Come
And
on in. Oh, Miss V, thank you.
in any event,
you.
on there was no blood nor DNA, right?
Thank you,
No blood was indicated
Veronica.
from the staining, and
She gifted another
sorry, can I
membership.
just double check
Who
Sure.
got
the
it?
case file quickly?
Thank you, Miss V. God bless you. Cassie got it. Yay. Thank you, Miss Veronica. I love you. Thank you for gifting those memberships and thank you for the cash app. Thank you, baby girl. I love you, Miss V. Aw. You guys are sweet. I love you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, Miss V.
There was DNA detected
Oh.
on the carpeted floorboard, but there was no, while it went through the DNA process, we weren't able to obtain a DNA profile.
Okay. Okay. No blood, but DNA.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything further from the state? Yes.
Oh, I want to say thank you to Robin. Thank you. Nene. Thank you, Nene. God bless you, Nene. Thank you for that cash app. Thank you. Miss V, thank you. God bless you. Thank you, Miss V and Nene. Thank you so much for those cash apps. God bless you guys.
Mr. Acrodizales,
I
you
love
were asked
you.
about the type of testing that DNA Labs International conducts. Do you remember that line of questioning from the defense?
I believe so. Yes.
The
Thank
defense
you so
attorney asked you
much.
specifically about your lab conducting
Love you too,
a
Miss V. I love
different
you,
type of
Nene.
DNA analysis than other places in the country. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes, it went into probabilistic genotyping, I believe.
And let's talk about probabilistic.
It's okay, Steph. Maybe somebody will turn her gifting on, Steph.
Is that
She
something
gifts
that's
all the
not
time.
done in other
Hey,
places in
Mama
the
Cheese
country?
Man.
It's actually a pretty standard method at this point. My laboratory certainly isn't the
It's
only one in the
okay,
country that
Nikita.
uses it.
And
Thank
is
you,
this a new
so,
method?
Nikita.
It's been in use since
God bless you
2015.
guys. Y'all are so awesome.
You said that
Sweet.
this computer software that you use,
I
it
love you
runs the
guys.
test in no time.
Well, far quicker than I'm capable of doing by hand.
And that's my next point. You are able to do this by hand. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
I want to talk about the likelihood ratios that you were asked about. What threshold is required for very strong support?
I'm not sure, Steph,
So, again, going to the
how to
verbal
do
scale
it.
used to describe likelihood
Yeah.
ratios. When I'm able to describe a proposition as having very strong support, that results when a likelihood ratio is 1,000,000 or greater.
You were asked about a second contributor to the source from MER 3D.
This guy's getting
RL
frustrated,
13.
y'all.
Yes.
I think on direct you said that second profile was really uninformative. Can you just explain that to the jurors?
So, while I could see that there was a second contributor in this mixture, as I think I said earlier, there just wasn't a lot of data of that person. So there was enough for me to see that there was someone there. but not enough for me to feel that I could conclusively identify who that second contributor is.
During your involvement with those pieces of sheetrock, the metal framing, did you receive a known profile for someone, for Detective Scott Riley?
I did not know.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
I wish. Oh, he's frustrated. Look at him. You can tell he's getting frustrated.
You said that this type of testing, PG, has been, your lab has been around since 2015?
No, it's older than that, but I don't recall the exact year it was established. However, the program used, StarMix, that employs probabilistic genotyping, that's been used in forensic analysis, DNA analysis, since I believe it's 2015.
Okay. And are there more than 8 labs now that apply StarMix?
I believe so, but I would need to check the numbers to be sure.
Okay, so it's growing, but at first, weren't you all the only ones doing it commercially?
That's possible. I actually don't know offhand.
She gets
Okay.
on my nerves.
In any way, in event, it's been verified and validated and everything else, right?
It's a respected and trusted tool for forensic analysis, yes.
Okay. But not necessarily every state has the ability to do it.
Well, investing in new technology, that's an immense, that costs a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of effort. So yes, it's not everyone uses it as of yet.
And that's why state labs might send it to a private lab to be analyzed rather than doing it themselves.
That's possible.
Okay. And the likelihood ratio, I think a little bit of confusion may exist. Very strong support. You mentioned the term thing 1,000,000, and then earlier 1,000. Do you need 1,000,000 to include somebody?
No, the verbal scale just describes the relative strength of a likelihood ratio. And I believe what you're referencing was when a likelihood ratio is 10,000 or greater supporting exclusion, that we treat that as excluding a reference from a mixture.
Okay. So it's like not even very strong support. Once you hit 10,000, you're excluded.
That is how we treat it, yes.
Okay. And
I'm sorry, just to clarify that point, I can't outright say they aren't there, but just that's what the statistics support. So that's why we use that language.
Okay. And on MER-3D-RL4 through 12, Adam was excluded, right?
Mr. Montgomery,
I'm sorry, yes.
he was excluded from that DNA
Thank
profile.
you,
From
Nene, for that cash out.
item,
Thank
yes.
you.
But you also believe that that item had one source.
The resulting DNA profile only
I
indicated
know,
one person,
Mandy.
yes.
Okay. Sorry, I know it's very precise terminology and I'm not being so precise, so I apologize. On MER-3D-RL13, there was, that could have been 2 people, right?
Well,
2 sources, sorry.
in the first sample taken, it was at least one contributor that I interpreted as 2 based on ambiguity in the profile.
Okay.
The second sample taken at a future date, that indicated a mixture conclusively of at least 2 people.
Oh, my misunderstanding. Okay. And then probabilistic testing, it was uninformative as far as Crystal was concerned and limited support that Adam was
Okay,
not.
Kiki, thank you for coming in. Love you,
We're
honey.
talking about the second sample
Thank
taken
you for
from that
coming
piece of
in,
sheetrock,
Kiki.
or rather, I should say, the third.
Okay, so
9/14/22.
Sorry, just to be clear, for the sample that was taken at a later date using a kit that was an amplification kit that we received approval for, yes, Crystal Sori, the likelihood ratio for her to the mixture from there was uninformative, and there was limited support for the proposition that Adam Montgomery was excluded from that mixture.
Okay. And
Mm.
of the, okay, a conclusion that there's probably two sources and Adam Montgomery is probably excluded.
Well, there's
Are they,
limited support.
are
Okay.
they going to try
And
to
there's
act
no
like
support on the other side that says
it
he's
was an
included,
accident?
right?
That's correct.
Okay. And like I said, that side can go down to 2 and mean something, right?
Well, at that range, again, we use limited support to make it clear that it's a small number.
Right. Thank you.
The problem is he admitted
Further?
to getting rid of her body.
All right. You may step down, sir. You may be
I might
excused.
act like that it's
Yes.
harmony. What?
You are excused.
What's her point?
May we approach?
Yes.
I mean, how can you represent somebody like him? Does she honestly believe that this man didn't hurt that baby with his violent criminal past? Someone please put out the phone link for memberships. I don't I don't know. Can anybody put a the
It makes
iPhone
sense
link
to have a
out?
mid-morning break now, so we'll break for 15 minutes. We'll be back at 25 up. All right. Please rise for the jurors.
So we're on a 15-minute break. Does she just repeat what already's been said? I know I don't get her point. They've already proven Adam's already admitted up to abuse of a court. He's trying to put doubt in their minds. That's true. Put the jury to sleep, I think. I know. You don't have the iPhone link? This might be it. I'm not sure. Hey, Cindy Smith, I think she knows he's guilty, and that's why she's not pleading a good case. She's not, but she's just, she gets on my nerves. While we're waiting on that break, I'm going to bring up the bedroom of Harmony Montgomery. I'm going to bring it up on the internet because I feel like that you can see it better from here. Um, this is Guilford Street, the house that Harmony lived in. This is her bedroom that she stayed in. It looks like somebody painted it and put stickers on the wall, but this was her little bedroom. Um, and I think that her grandmother, Adam's mom, actually give her this because at one time Adam's mom, maybe not mom, but grandmother and his uncle lived at that house. They owned that house. So they made a little bedroom for her. So this was her little bedroom. Because of course before a kid can have a house, you have to have a bedroom or be placed into a house. So I think that's the only reason why they didn't. Good morning, Dawn. Good morning, Brown Bear Jamboree. Come on in. Hey, Cindy. But this is the bedroom.
Yes.
Siri, exit.
To close an app, press Command.
Anyways, um, this was her precious little room. Poor little baby. Her her point is to make Adam look innocent and to be fair, she may think he is as guilty as sin, but she gets paid to represent him as innocent. Just saying. That's true, Sarah Targus. But yeah, this was her precious, precious bedroom. And I don't know, I just feel like it's sad. I just I feel so sad looking at this bedroom, knowing that that little precious baby um just went through so much at that house before she was put in that car for 10 days and completely and thoroughly neglected, abused, you know. I just feel so bad. We don't know what she went through in that bedroom. Hang on just a second, y'all. Okay, so yeah, this was baby Harmony's bedroom. And I thought I'd show y'all that because nobody else has showed anybody the bedroom. And I was looking through all this just to see what I could show you. There's Harmony right there too, y'all. There's Crystal, there's Adam. As you can see, Harmony looks more like Adam. I think Harmony looks a lot like Adam, y'all. I was trying to see what else I could find for you guys. Dolly. Look, there's Dolly. But yeah, I wanted to share that with you guys because it's sad. Let me see here. Let me go back to Crime Crazy Critters on the farm. I want to share this video of y'all while y'all are waiting, just to give y'all insight. I'm changing that. I know today 7, but just to give the people coming in a glimpse of what happened to Harmony that day. I don't want to do it live. This is right here.
Recordings just got better.
Just a second. Okay.
She was a big girl, but she started having these issues with her bladder, with her bowel movements. And you'll hear that when they moved into that vehicle, when they started living there, those accidents got worse and they came more often. She wasn't letting the defendant know when she had to go, and she was creating a mess each time. And that rage, the defendant's rage that you'll hear about in this case, grew and grew. And he would hit her, he would strike her each time she had one of those accidents. And that was Harmony's life for 10 days. For 10 days, she lived in a car. For 10 days, she had bathroom accidents. For 10 days, she was unable to control her own body. For 10 days, she was in fear. She was scared because each time she had one of these accidents, the defendant would hit her. The defendant that you saw 2 days ago, a large man, he would hit this. She was 35 pounds in June of 2019. This again is in December. She was tiny. He would hit her. He would strike her with a fist over something she had no control over. And those accidents were getting worse, and they were coming more often. And she was so bruised before her murder that the defendant had to hide her when he went out in public. He would literally take a blanket and cover her up so that she couldn't be seen, and that so no one would know what he had done to her. No one would see those bruises. And that brings us to December 7th of 2019. That day began like any other day for Harmony. They were living in that car. She woke up and she was scared. She was scared because she'd wet herself. She didn't want the defendant to know. She'd wet herself first thing that morning, and she was afraid. And just as she feared what happened, the defendant smelled what she had done. And for that, he hit her. He struck her in the face, and he drove his car. He continued on with his day as if he had done nothing. He struck this little girl in her face, on the side of her head. He continued on as if nothing happened. He drove to the methadone clinic, the clinic that you saw yesterday on The View. And there he and Kayla took turns getting their treatment. You'll hear that Kayla went in first, the defendant stayed in the car, and then the defendant went in. And when the defendant came back to the car, he was hungry. And so he started driving the family's car to the Burger King that you saw yesterday on The View. And as he was pulling out of that parking lot, he smelled something. He smelled that Harmony had had another accident. And that rage that had been building inside of him, it was there. Remember, he was still upset. about the earlier accident, that first thing in the morning. And he looked back at Harmony as he was driving, and he said, "Really, Harmony? Again?" And he began striking her. As he was driving, holding onto the wheel, he began punching this little girl repeatedly for something she had no control over. He struck her blow after blow after blow to the side of her small head. And he didn't stop. And you'll hear me say that. He didn't stop. He didn't stop with that first barrage of assaults, of strikes to her small head. He continued. And when he pulled up to a light, he continued hitting her, hit after hit to her small head, blow after blow. Now, during this barrage of strikes, Kayla, who was in the passenger seat, seated next to the defendant, seated in front of Harmony, she put a hand up. She tried to block what this defendant was doing to Harmony. She tried to stop it. You'll hear that in that moment, he looked at her as if to say, "You're next." And she was scared. And she looked forward and she put her hand down, and those strikes to Harmony continued. And when he pulled up to another light as he was driving to that Burger King parking lot, he continued striking her. And after that last strike, he looked at Kayla and he said, "I think I really hurt her this time. This time. I think I really hurt her this time. I think I did something."
And welcome back to this U.S. Open office plan.
Miller just lobbed.
That was one of the videos that I had made made for Harmony Montgomery. And then we have a short that I made of them actually taking the refrigerator out of the apartment.
In one development, investigators removed a refrigerator from the apartment building and wrapped the unit in plastic. It was then loaded onto a truck. Orange biohazard labels attached. Other items also marked evidence were loaded up as well.
Hopefully we can find some type of evidence because, Harmony needs justice.
Harmony's mother says the wait for answers about her daughter's fate is agonizing.
Regardless of the outcome, I'm still going to bring her home. I'm still going to fight for justice.
Harmony's father, Adam Montgomery, is behind bars on charges that he abused the girl. Her stepmother, Kayla, is out on bail for perjury and other charges related to the girl's disappearance.
So as you can see, little beautiful Harmony. I was just giving people that were coming in just a little bit of a recap of what happened to Harmony and what's actually going on in this trial with this beautiful, precious baby girl. As these lawyers sit up here and try to discredit everything that's being said, trying to make it look like that he didn't do anything to Harmony. My brother-in-law is an attorney. It is an emotional job depending on the form of law you choose to go into. He didn't go into criminal law for a very reason you just stated. Yeah, kind of like doctors. Doctors go into different hang on, let me pull back up the trial. For different some are orthopedics, some are medical doctors, some are surgeons, different sections. They get a little bit of all, but their specialty is like a gastrologist would be their specialty. And then you would have your regular medical doctor, but usually they have had a specialty at one time. But they have different things that they specialize. Same thing with criminal law lawyers. You've got like a workers' comp lawyer, you have a divorce lawyer, a criminal law lawyer, a bankruptcy lawyer. I mean, there's lawyers for all different things. I don't think I could actually be a criminal law lawyer because I couldn't represent somebody that hurt somebody else, whether it was stealing or anything else. And I sure couldn't represent somebody in a child's unaliving trial. I could not represent them. I would not want to be standing up for that sucker, especially someone like Adam Montgomery. Adam Montgomery is a monster. And no, no, absolutely not. This little tiny, innocent, precious baby girl was helpless. She had no one to reach out to and give her love. She probably was neglected to, I mean, and a child that's used to getting love like she got when she was in that foster home. And I do believe when Crystal had her, Crystal gave her love too. Daisy, do we know if Adam's mom is still alive? Is Adam's mom going to testify in court? I do believe Adam's mom is alive because I did see an interview to where Crystal actually thought that Adam took Harmony and left her with his mother. Now, why he didn't leave her with his mother, I don't know. I know Adam's grandma for sure is alive because she's in Florida, but I'm not for sure about his mother. But why he didn't take her to his mother and leave her, I don't know. I don't know. Did he have some kind of reason why he kept Harmony other than money? Daisy, let's see. I feel worse on law enforcement. They are the first responders to these cases. Oh yeah, nobody knows what law enforcement has to deal with. They don't always tell people what law enforcement deals with, but I know for a fact as a nurse working in the ER or working in the hospitals that law enforcement has to deal with a lot of BS. Like they not only BS, but they have to deal they are the first ones on a scene in a horrific, you know, uh car wrecks. They see horrible, horrible stuff.
Council coach for just a minute, please.
Like hats off to law enforcement because they have to deal with the worst of drug addicts. They have to see these little children day after day after day become victims of drug addiction because their parents neglect them and treat them like horrible. I mean, they have to see stuff that I don't want to see as a nurse. I would not want to see it. Same thing goes with first responders like EMS, fire department, paramedics. I mean, all of them, in my opinion, are heroes. I mean, I have seen people come in that's cut their hands, their wrist, and everything all to pieces, and them just bleeding, and them with hepatitis, AIDS, you name it, and they're crazy, and they're like messing with taunting the law enforcement, like literally sitting there taunting them, cursing them. They're being exposed to these bloodborne pathogens. I mean, I've just seen so much. And then I've seen a part of law enforcement that actually knows these people have psychological issues. They'll pick them up and take them to the hospital and just be good to them, or they'll give them a ride home. Like if somebody calls the law on, like there was a man here that was going up and down the road. He always goes up and down the road and tweets and talks to people. Well, one morning he was sitting out in front of my driveway where the bus was, and he was walking back and forth just talking to himself and tweaking. And we called law enforcement, and they came, picked him up because they know him, and gave him a ride to town because they know who he is. They know he's got He's burnt out from doing too many drugs. So, they just know them. They know them and they know how to deal with them, and they deal with that every time. I don't know where to get the iPhone link at. Does anybody know where to get the iPhone link to my membership? But basically, law enforcement, they do things that people don't even realize they do. Like, they have to deal with so much. They are the first one there when a person is found deceased on the side of the road or wherever. They come up on crazy people with guns. I mean, people needs to sit back and think about what they really have to deal with. They deal with a whole lot, and I have nothing but respect for them. Because, like I said, they take care of people out here on these streets. A lot of times, they won't take them to jail. They'll take them to the store. They'll take them to a shelter, or they'll even buy them food because they know they're regulars. They know they're regular people. I mean, there's good and bad in every profession. There's a lot of bad nurses out here. There's a lot of good nurses. There's a lot of bad teachers. Every profession has the good and the bad. But I think with police, they get a bad name because of some bad, you know, there are some bad out here. But ultimately, police officers are is heroes as well, just as much as a first responder or fire department. And in this case, these detectives has worked their ass off to bring justice for this little baby girl. And it just makes me mad when you get a smug attorney up there that's trying to discredit their profession. I know there is a place you can get the iPhone link, but I can't remember where to get that at. But yeah, these detectives
Everybody ready for the
are
jury?
doing it for the children,
Please rise for the
the
jurors.
victims. They're doing it for these victims, the victims of these homicides. And I feel like they did a very good job here on Harmony's case. I think they did a very good job at interrogating not only Adam, the monster Adam, but the monster Kayla. Because I believe both Adam and Kayla both are monsters. Not just one. I think both of them are. They're good and bad and all people, yes. I just wish people would just not be degrading police like they do, because police officers are generally heroes too. A lot of them save people's lives, and they know how to do CPR. They're the first ones to come up on a horrific wreck.
Please be seated. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Miss Emily Watson, Miss Emily Thompson to the stand. Apologies. Let you step in the courts as you walk up there. Ms. Thompson, if you would please remain standing just for a brief moment. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Thompson, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and then spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Emily Thompson, EMILY THOMPSON.
And Ms. Thompson, currently, what state are you living in?
Maryland.
And back in 2020, what state were you living in?
New Hampshire,
What city were you living in New Hampshire?
Manchester.
And let me ask you briefly, just so we can understand a little bit about your background. How far did you go in school?
I graduated in 2020.
From high school?
College.
From college.
Yes.
And what did you graduate with? What degree?
Bachelor's of Fine Arts degree in creative writing.
And let me ask you, back in the winter of 2020, so I'm talking about January, February, March of 2020, where were you employed?
Portland Pie Company here in Manchester.
How long were you working for Portland Pie Company?
I worked for them on and off for about 5 years. I started in 2015 up through the time the branch closed in 2020.
And that was right after COVID started, is that right?
We shut down just before COVID, shut everything else down.
Okay. So during your time there, what did you do at Portland Pie Company?
I was a delivery driver.
In the winter of 2020, let me ask you, did you ever work with an individual by the name of Adam Montgomery?
I did, yes.
And what did he do there at that restaurant?
I believe he was a dishwasher.
Did you ever see Adam Montgomery there with a bag in the walk-in cooler?
I think I did, but I couldn't say with any absolute certainty.
Okay. And what do you think you remember of that?
I believe I recall him either coming into the walk-in or leaving the walk-in with a bag.
Where was this cooler?
It was in the kitchen, between the dishwashing room and the exit into the main dining area.
And correct me if I'm wrong, it was my understanding that there were almost two different areas where you could be. There's the basically the ground floor, and then there was a basement area as well with additional storage. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So were there any other coolers down in the basement, or just this one on the ground floor you're talking about in the main dining area?
There was a walk-in in the basement. That was where alcohol would be stored, beer, wine, etc.
And so which cooler are we talking about then? The one on the main floor or the one down in the basement?
Main floor.
Main floor. And I believe you stated a minute ago you thought you saw him carrying it either in or out?
Correct. It's been several years, so my memory is a bit hazy.
Okay. Did you yourself store personal bags inside coolers at Portland Pie Company?
No, I did not.
And how many times do you believe that you may have seen him doing this, bringing it in or out of this cooler?
Would have been just once.
Just one occasion?
Yeah.
Okay. And again, you worked there until it closed, is that correct?
Correct.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. Thank you very much for your time. I don't have any further questions for you, but I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Okay.
We do not. Okay, any questions? You may step down.
Thank
You
you.
could ask the witness to be excused, please, Your Honor.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. The witness is excused.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Mr. Cameron Gibney to the stand.
So, well, that was quick, wasn't it, y'all? Oh, here's the iPhone link, y'all, for memberships. There's the iPhone link. Thank you very much for that, Bless Lulu. Thank you, thank you. Wonder who this is. One of Adam's buddies.
Good morning, Mr. Gibney. If you would kindly remain standing just for a brief moment, would you please raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Mr. Gibney, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Yes. Cameron Gibney, CameronGibney.
Good morning, Audrey
And
Presley.
Mr. Gibney, would you tell us what town do you currently reside in?
Hooksett, New Hampshire.
Hooksett, New Hampshire. Okay. And might need you to just scoot the seat in just a little bit more close to the mic.
Is that better?
Yep, that's perfect. Thank you. And how long have you been living in Hooksett?
For about 3 years now, originally from Manchester, but
You said originally from Manchester. How long did you live in Manchester before you moved to Hooksett?
for about 15 plus years.
Okay. Let me ask you, are you currently employed?
I am.
Okay. Where do you work?
I work over at Manchester Music Mill.
And what do you do for them?
Pro audio and installation.
Prior to that, do you have any sort of work experience in the restaurant business?
I do.
What is that?
So prior to that, I worked at Portland Pie in Manchester.
Were you working there in the winter of 2020? And by winter, I mean January, February, and March of 2020.
I did, yes.
What did you do at the Portland Pie Company? What were your job duties?
So I was originally a server, and then I became front of house manager about maybe six or so months after that.
As front house manager, let's say server, I imagine you're serving people food and waiting on them, correct?
Mhm.
Front house manager, what does that job entail?
So that job entailed doing taking care of the front of basically the servers and the bartenders and anything that happened in the front as far as management wise.
Did you ever meet a person by the name of Adam Montgomery there?
I did.
Okay. And how did you meet him?
Through work there. He ended up getting hired on a little bit. I would say a little bit probably before I became manager in the front. I did see him, and that's how I know him from.
Do you know what his job duties were, what you saw him doing for the business?
Yes, he was originally in the back in the kitchen area. I believe he did prep and cooked as far as pizza and food.
Just give me a commercial approach.
This to me?
I'm going to show you exhibit the United States 101. Do you recognize this person?
I do.
Who do you recognize him to be?
Adam Montgomery?
So that's the same person that you worked with?
Yes.
And in the winter of 2020, first of all, when did that restaurant close?
It closed, I believe, I am not 100% sure. I don't remember when it closed. I was there prior to that, a week before it closed, but I'm not too certain when it actually closed off the top of my head.
Let me ask, was it just kind of before the beginning of the COVID lockdowns or afterwards?
It was before.
Before, okay. And in the winter of 2020, did you ever see the defendant at Portland Pie Company with a bag?
I did.
Okay. And where did you see him with this bag?
Inside the actual restaurant and around the restaurant itself. Also, I've seen him inside of our walk-in cooler that we used to have. That was inside where the kitchen area was.
A walk-in cooler where the kitchen area was?
Yes.
Okay. And which floor was that kitchen area cooler on? The main floor or the basement?
Main floor.
Main floor. What did you see the defendant, Mr. Montgomery, doing with this bag?
He always would just place it inside the walk-in cooler on the lower shelf. Sometimes he would move it to a different location, but it was mainly on the lower left-hand side inside the cooler.
And I'd like to show you what's marked States Exhibit 52.
Mhm.
Do you recognize this bag, sir?
I do.
Okay. What does this bag look like?
It looks like the bag that was inside the cooler.
Is this the bag that you saw Adam Montgomery moving inside the cooler?
Correct.
How many times did you see him moving this bag?
Either when he left or when he arrived to Portland Pie.
But it was more than once, I think.
Correct.
Where in the cooler did you see him put the bag?
It was through the actual walk-in itself, door to the left lower shelf is where it was always located. So how it sat
I fixed it
was
where you could see
the door
it
was
for
like
four.
this. You walked around. There was a door to the right.
Right, it's
The
not-
walk-in cooler opened, and then to the left of the cooler on the lower shelf because there were like grates that were typically in there for like tomatoes and stuff.
Okay.
It was typically on the bottom shelf.
What else would be stored on that bottom shelf?
So it was we had like mustard and
I'm trying to
just a
get the
bunch of
cap.
other
I don't know why it's not picking
like
up.
condiments that were typically down there.
Did you ever see anyone else handling this bag besides him?
No.
Did you ever bring bags inside and store them in the cooler at Portland Pie Company?
No.
And do you know of any other employees that have brought bags such as that one
I don't know
inside
why it's
Portland
not
Pie
doing
Company and stored them in the cooler?
I do not.
closed caption today.
Thank you, Mr. Gibney. I have no further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
We do not. All right, sir, you may step down.
That would be so weird to know that. Remember somebody packing a bag around.
Any objection?
Think about it.
Sir,
and
you are excused.
think about them being a a a deceased child in that bag, you know?
Okay. Council approach.
Oh. I bet they was like, "Oh my god." Like he had a baby, a deceased child in in a bag that he kept in a freezer. Can you imagine working with some monster like that? I couldn't even begin to think of. All I think about is just wanting to go rescue her. She's already been rescued. God rescued her, but I just wish somebody would have spoke up and said something, because this little baby, the thought of her just being alone and not having anyone there to help her, to speak up for her, rescue her, clean her up, bath her, put her in a warm bed, and just tell her that they love her. You know, she was all alone back there at the mercy of her monster father. And I hope her memory haunts him for the rest of his life. I hope that her memory of what he did to her is in his dreams every day of his life. But the way he's acted when he came into court the other day, he don't give two sheets to the wind of what he did to her. The way he acted when he came in there, no. He don't love her. He don't even care. He's a Chris Watts wannabe. But one thing I can say about Chris Watts, he's sitting trial and he faced up in trial for what he did. He took the heat of everybody and everything for what he did. He didn't cowardly walk out and pretend like it never happened. Her to not wake up to a smile because she's precious and loved. Yeah, probably the last 24 to 48 hours of her life was pure hell. Because it sounds like to me he does, Debbie. It sounds like to me he took every bit of his spite
The
out.
court is gonna, what I'm gonna do is I'm not gonna send you to lunch yet. The parties have raised a legal issue that the court needs to review with the lawyers. That's not a matter for the jury's consideration. So at this time, we're gonna take a break. Depending on where we land, we'll determine whether or not we come back, we hear testimony, or whether or not the timing is such that I let you go to an early lunch. So at this point, we're just gonna call it a break. So have a drink of water, use the restroom. I'm not exactly sure how long this will take us. So just be patient, please. Thank you so much. All rise for the jurors. Counsel, you know what? I do want to read it before I hear arguments. So I'm going to step off the bench, read what you've written, and then I'll hear arguments from both sides. Okay?
Thank you.
Hey, inquiry. When I was in junior high school, my dad investigated missing persons. When I was in high school, he investigated child abuse cases. He always wanted to bring them home to be loved and cared for. Yeah, and that's the part of law enforcement that people don't talk about. They don't talk about the fact that they're out here fighting for these little children and for people's rights, you know? I know, especially your own child, this poor baby. I know. She was failed by so many people. Yes. Meeting to uh I'm tired of working. Well, bless your heart, always late. This trial. And for Adam not to show his face, for him not to have to sit through this whole entire trial is just pissing me off every day. But hopefully it'll send a message to the jury that he's a coward. Because if I was a jury member and a father didn't show his face for his daughter's murder trial, I don't care what the court says, I'd still judge him on that. He don't want to show his face because he knows what he did. He's ashamed. He might not have to stand before trial here on earth, but he'll sure stand before God and he will have to answer for what he did to his own innocent, precious baby girl. Why aren't the parents who take custody in the cases like this thoroughly investigated like adopted parents are? I don't know. They have a lot of rights. They have the father. You have a biological father out here, even though he may have never laid eyes on his biological child. If he can prove in court that he is the biological father to that child, he automatically gets the rights to that child. If the mother, if the mother is not suitable and she's lost her rights, that child goes straight to the biological father. Now, from there, it goes to the mother's side of the family. Like the mother, the grandmother of that child gets it before the. So you get where my husband was the grandfather on Bub's mother's side, he had more rights. So that's how he got it because he was Bub's mother's father. So that's how we got custody of him. Plus, we had him since birth. So, hey, kitty cat, how are you? So he won't have to testify. He probably is not going to testify. He's a coward. Now they're implicating it was an accident. Daisy, is he held as like ashamed? He is a narcissist. He doesn't give two shifts. He is heartless. Daisy, he has no shame. He doesn't have any shame. Absolutely don't. I wonder if Adam will have to show up for sentencing. Seems like he would have had to be there for that. He probably will show up for sentencing. I'm doing good, kitty cat. I'm a little bit sleepy, but other than that, I'm doing okay. I didn't. I got sleep last night, but I'm still tired. Today is my Friday. Took a vacation day tomorrow. All right, that's awesome. They see and eat food while this child was passing. Yep. They claim they bought her a chicken sandwich, but I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I believe they didn't buy her nothing because they knew she was not in a good place. To be honest with you, we don't know. She could have very much been emancipated. She could have been starved. We don't know. Drug addicts have no conscience, shame, accountability. All of it doesn't exist to them. Exactly. The only thing that matters is that drug. Always late. I love not being a slave to an alarm clock. It's wonderful to wake up naturally and do anything I want to do every day. Beautiful. I would think so. I wonder if he's watching this on TV around other inmates. If he's watching it, it's in a private room, just like before. They probably put him in a private room where he don't have to face the court. I thought the snow was gone, but it's snowing. It's beautiful out today. Yesterday it was like spring in East Tennessee. It was like spring, but unfortunately I was out most of the day yesterday. I didn't even go live last night. I was just mentally and physically exhausted. I was just so tired yesterday. I'm still tired today, y'all. But yeah, it's a shame. He didn't even seek a shelter because of what type of things he did. Exactly. Why didn't they reach out to Kayla's mom before Harmony was unalive? Maybe if they would have, Kayla's mom could have saved her. Uh, maybe she would have told on him for hitting Harmony. Maybe she knew he hit Harmony and just doesn't want to admit it. But one thing I can tell you is that drug dealer, he's a liar. I guarantee you he saw Harmony, and I guarantee you he saw the black eyes, and I guarantee you he saw the neglect. But the only thing he was worried about was selling that next drug to these drug addicts who were abusing their children. So I have no mercy on him either. I have no mercy on him whatsoever. I don't get how they didn't take those kids when the homeless intake worker interviewed them about being homeless. I don't either. I don't either, Diamonds. Like, they're homeless in Arkansas. Candace said they were homeless kids on the streets in Arkansas and they didn't take their kids there. I think it's a state to state thing. There were lots of homeless people in Arkansas, she said. Did you have a good Valentine's Day, Daisy? Not really, God's girl. It was kind of poopy. Poopy doopy. I never really have like a good Valentine's Day though. For what's for dinner? I'm not sure yet myself. Did you have a good Valentine's Day, God's girl? I hope you did. Valentine's Day is not the same since when kids grow up. All the kids were out and about yesterday, so they didn't get to spend a lot of time with me. You know, my two older daughters are married. They've got their relationship. Bub, he went to school and then he went out and hung out with his friends at Applebee's and went to a movie. So he didn't get home till like 9 o'clock last night. So I didn't get to spend a time with them, any of them really. And it's kind of a bummer. Speaking from someone that's been the last 20 some years of my life, I've always had kids around. Before when me and my husband first got married, I had my husband's two sons. They were only 6 and 7, and they stayed with us a majority of the time. Like they were always with me. So I got them, and then I got pregnant, you know, while they were little and had my two girls. Then I got Bub, and then at some point, I got my stepdaughter along with them all. And then Amanda stayed with me all the time. So I always had like all the kids, like all of them. So you are a grown man, rapper. What is wrong with you? Rapper, you need to go get some professional help. For you to come in here and say something like that right there makes me think you've got mental problems real bad. For somebody to come into a child's case like that and say that, a lot of these people on YouTube streets have some real bad psychological issues. Making homemade spaghetti and meat for fast and simple. Ooh, that sounds good, Diamonds. I'm about to come to your house, honey. Ground turkey. Sounds good. They don't take your kids for being homeless here. They help pay for a hotel room. The shelter is full until they can get a place. And see, usually people like Adam and them that has criminal records can't get like a low income apartment. They won't let them. So they're out on the streets, and these kids is in horrible shape. Mental illness at its finest. Yes. AGG. Justice for Harmony. Yep. I think Sloppy Joe was named after Soupy Sal's. What? Rapper. Yeah, rapper is somebody that's got some real bad issues, like mental. There's a lot of people on these in this true crime community that's got some severe mental illness. Severe, severe. And it's just our world. Just our world anymore. But the true crime community has some not all, but there are some really bad people. You're hungry, Miss V? I ate a good breakfast this morning, so I'm not too hungry right now. I'm just sleepy. He does, don't he, Diamonds? He does troll. I'm just basically sleepy right now, but I'll get over it. I slept all night last night. I don't know why I'm so sleepy. Because I slept a majority of the night. But I'm still sleepy as could be. I I probably went to bed about 10 o'clock last night. And I know I wore my CPAP for a little while, but at some point I took it off.
Please be seated. All right, I've had an opportunity to review your filing, Attorney Smith. I also reviewed my original order on this motion. So I'll hear from you hitting the high points, but you don't have to repeat everything that you've got in there.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, in the motion I laid out the original filing and the argument, and the state provided the unsworn affidavit of a detective with regard to what Kayla Montgomery purportedly had said in the past. And it's not like there were quotes or anything like that.
The reality of it is, at where we are right now, you can focus on
Correct.
on what testimony we have, and they can provide officer proof for what testimony they think is coming. I think it's not especially relevant if there are things within Ray Hill's affidavit that are not identical.
So, right, which is why I say I'm renewing, because the testimony did not come out as purportedly she would testify at trial. At trial, she was asked again about tools, and she talked about a conversation with Adam at her mother's. And during that conversation, she testified that Adam was apparently interested in her mother's grinder, or she may have only called it a power tool, and said that he wanted to take it to use on Harmony's body. And she then identified the State's Exhibit 63 as the item that she recalled her mother had. And if you will recall, 63 is the fuel grinder, Milwaukee red, and she identified her initials on the bottom of the photograph. Turns out that this was not something that she had initialed at a prior recording. It was during the trial prep that apparently that photograph was given to her. And as far as I know, before that prep, there was no mention of a fuel grinder ever. And I believe that photograph may have been part of the photographs. We introduced photograph defendant's eye, that was a circular saw that she identified as the image closest to the image of the power tool that she had seen in the house. It was an old power tool, and it was corded and looked most like the circular saw.
I'm sorry, she saw in which house?
Sorry, Union Street apartment. Then she identified, was shown a miter saw, which is defendant's Exhibit H, and said no, that was not the saw that she saw. I do not know if State's Exhibit 63 was included in the photographs that she was shown back then. I assume that it was, because I think they had already collected this Home Depot information. But nevertheless, they go to a prep session with a saw, a photograph of a saw that she has never seen. She tells them this story, and on the stand, she tells them that she talked Adam out of stealing her mother's fuel grinder. So in regard to that, Christine Lubin testified she does not have a grinder. She's never had a grinder. She knew what the picture was of, and no, she had never had one. So the credibility with regard to that testimony has several layers, but essentially none. Then she also testified about tools, and she did not see tools other than the scissors. She testified
She testified that she saw tools in the apartment, right?
The one that looked most like the chainsaw was in a box under the cupboard.
Okay, so it's not that she didn't see tools.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
what she identified as the corded circular saw was in a box under the kitchen. She did not see any tools other than the scissors in the bathroom, and it was a small bathroom. The only thing that she saw there, other than using the scissors, was a bag of lime. She testified that the photograph of the lime was the most similar to what she saw. She did not say that she could identify the lime, but the lime in the picture, and I forgot to pull it out, was the one most like what she saw. She did not say that it was a 40-pound bag of lime. And she did not see tools. She did not hear tools. She didn't see tools outside before or after Adam was in the shower for a time period with the body while she was out. She did say she didn't hear a power tool. She did say her neighbor's music was loud, but I think common sense with regard to power tools, if a power tool was used, it would have been heard. She did not, and she admitted that she was there when the body was in the bag and Adam was trying to zip it up. She did not claim that there was any dismemberment, as the state put it in their opening. She didn't say anything about pieces. I'm sorry, it's sort of grotesque to talk about, but she didn't mention anything other than lime and shower in the bathroom as far as activities that she was aware of. And tools, again, that she was aware of were only the scissors and the circular saw underneath the thing that was old. She also, although she claimed that she limited her time in the bathroom, she also testified that she saw Adam put the body in a trash bag on the floor in lime. She later retracted and said, no, he said that. She didn't see it. But in any event, she testified to both. So if that tool was there, she would have seen it. She did not.
He loves to dance.
She assisted in closing the bag, didn't see any sign of dismemberment or tools at that point. She never ever saw any new tools in the house. And you may recall from the original motion, what was purchased in the receipt by some unknown person included extra blade and extra battery. And so she didn't see anything new tool related in the apartment at Union. She testified about, I think she testified about a call for service for taking care of the bathroom. In any event, the state will have, I believe, a witness to talk about a call for service.
Well, they did introduce the document regarding the call for service, so that's in.
Okay, and I think that she mentioned that, no, so I guess they're not going to call the guy for a call for service, but they have a document. I think she described a call for service, and if she did, she didn't do anything about that call for service vis-a-vis the events in the shower. So we don't know if the events in the shower happened, and she moved into the apartment at the end of February, and I think she said the 21st or the 22nd. And so there were a number of days prior to that call for service. And she did not say that it was the next day or anything, or the same day or whatever the complaint was. So we don't know if a day or two or three or four went in between.
I think the other thing you mentioned that you raised was the bank records. Do you want to discuss that?
Okay, and the bank records, they have bank records that show a withdrawal from Citizen Bank The state put in its motion that Citizen Bank is about 0.4 miles from the Home Depot. I believe one of the officers will probably be able to testify that Union Street is over a mile from Home Depot. There's no evidence whatsoever of anybody giving a ride to the Montgomerys. There is testimony that when they got rides somewhere, it was sometimes through a service. There has been testimony about the number of friends, acquaintances of the Montgomerys that the police went out to talk to. It can be developed more, but there were a lot. There was also testimony about the crime tip line, and that people, as this was being publicized in the media, the search for harmony, tips were coming in from the crime line, and they were following up on that. And there has been a discussion about the amount of media exposure. Nobody called in with the tip of a man walking down from Home Depot with a 40-pound bag of lime, a box of a power tool, and the like, nor has anyone called in who is perhaps an acquaintance of the Montgomery saying, oh, by the way, I think I gave him a ride. So there's no evidence whatsoever connecting the $500 purchase to a $400 purchase of lime at Home Depot. And finally, not in the motion, is that there's no evidence that the lime was purchased at Home Depot. There are other places that sell lime. And I believe the testimony will be that they only searched Home Depot. So there is no connection. The state in their opening alleged that Harmony was dismembered by Adam, and they are seeking to introduce these tools to suggest that Mr. Montgomery had tools to cause that event, where there is no connection. And without that connection, the prejudice of this evidence so far outweighs any probative value that it should be precluded.
All right, thank you. I'll hear from the state. Go ahead.
You said in the opening press, you did not say dismembered. Most of what you just heard was the same argument that's been presented before with regards to the timing. Attorney Smith just mentioned with regards, and I'll just try to go backwards in order so I can address the different things going on. Yes, that the Citizens Bank is across the street from the Home Depot on South Willow Street. There are many different ways to get back and forth in the city that don't involve calling a ride or necessarily a ride for it. The fact that there's no testimony or a tip of a person carrying a bag of lime and a power tool in a bag that came in does not make it any less relevant or less admissible for this Home Depot purchase to occur. Let's go back to the timing. The Citizens Bank withdrawal is on the 26th. A matter of minutes, less than an hour, minutes later, at the Home Depot across the street, there is this purchase of lime. This purchase of lime with power tools by cash. Other purchases of lime that were made for the entire month of February, with the exception of one other one, were accounted for. The other one was outside of this time frame. It was far later than after the Econo Lodge stay. We believe that Harmony was placed somewhere in U-Haul, which we are going to get to in our witnesses later on. The testimony of cross-examination was just cited to you, but not necessarily the testimony of direct. Specifically, Julie Montgomery testified she did not see the body once it was in the bag. She also did testify that she saw that the bag was dismembered. There was no testimony of that. The call for service, Your Honor, the defense immediately brought up the fact that there was a call for service that had been introduced. Just to clarify, that's a call for service back at the Lake Avenue address, the FIT shelter. The call for service to Union Street, which is the day after this Home Depot purchase, for a tub drain that needed to be snaked as well as repaired, that will be coming in through a witness later on this afternoon who works for maintenance at 644 Union Street, where they were made at the time of the Home Depot purchase, at the time of the bank withdrawal, 45 minutes across the street from the Home Depot for this Home Depot purchase. regards to photographs of what Ms. Montgomery testified to, I believe her testimony was that the identification of the identification of the grinder saw, and it is important to use the right term. As Christina Lubin testified to and as described, that is a grinder, the photos that were shown. There's no chainsaw here, so I don't know where the term chainsaw is coming from, but there's no chainsaw that's been involved. We've talked about a miter saw, which is also known as a box saw. We've also talked about a cordless circular saw, and then we've talked about this grinder. Specifically, the testimony of Kayla Montgomery was that the grinder was a box she recalled seeing before, and I believe in her testimony at one point saying that she had seen it somewhere before, and then she recalled seeing it at her mother's house, she believed, and that Adam Montgomery stated that that was the type of saw that he wanted to use when he was talking about dismembering her. So that she had seen a saw, a new saw in a box. And Ms. Lubin's testimony was that she did not own any such saw. It's a grinder. It is not for woodworking, which is what she testified she did in her spare time and on the side. So she doesn't own it. So the testimony we have is that Kayla Montgomery has seen it in a box. Adam Montgomery has talked about seeing that in a box and wanting to use that for dismembering, not that it's one that Christina Lubin owned. Yes, she did testify that there was a circular saw that was there, and she was very adamant with regard to it being a corded saw, not a cordless circular saw. But she identified the bag of lime when she was shown that by detectives, not at the proffer session, but back before in March of 2023. She was shown that photo of the lime, and from that SKU, the SKU, which is the identification number that the business uses to identify that particular item in their inventory to make sales, and reports the sales of those on the receipt. She identified that bag with that SKU, and that SKU matched up to the purchase of lime that was made from the Home Depot less than an hour after the withdrawal of cash from their ATM account across the street. Yes, the Citizens Bank was a little over a mile away from Union Street, but there were a number of different ways that the defendant could have gotten there. Could have walked, could have taken a bus, could have used a private service to get there. The relevance is that it's their account that the money is being withdrawn from. That 45 minutes later, approximately so, it is a cash purchase that is made. It is one of only two cash purchases that is made of lime with the same bag that she identified, with the same SKU that she identified. That, oh, look, if we go to the receipt, we see that there is this grinder, the same type that she said, and she remembers seeing with the defendant talked about lime using this method. All of those goes in to make this particular purchase of lime, the purchase from Home Depot, admissible. And the jury can give it whatever weight that it deserves. The defendant certainly has plenty of different things that we can cross-examine on, but this is a question about admissibility, not about weight. And when it comes to admissibility, under 403, as the court has ruled two previous times with regards to this, this is admissible, and there hasn't been anything about the testimony that's come in to change the admissibility of the evidence.
All right. I don't think it's necessary to recount all of this. I don't even think it's a close call. I think the state has sufficient evidence to show that it's relevant, that it has any tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence, and that the fact is of consequence in determining the action. There's no question about that. There has been significant testimony regarding the saws. It's not essential that she have identified the exact saw. She saw a saw in her own apartment, or the grinder. I mean, I think that there's sufficient evidence. There is evidence related to or there will be related to the bank account. I think the state has made an offer of proof. The proximity to the Home Depot purchase, the facts that were set forth in the original motion related to what the police did to narrow the issue related to both the cash withdrawal and the use of the cash for the purchase. She testified that although she didn't hear the power tool being used, that there was music. She wasn't in there the whole time.
Tender, juicy chicken made to order. Crispy bacon, melted Swiss cheese, and fresh lettuce and tomato. Available fried or grilled only at Freddy's. Meet America's new favorite chicken sandwich. Order at Freddy's.com or on your Freddy's app.
Viewed the motion to reconsider is denied. All right, everybody ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Please rise for the jurors. I guess for the record, I should also say that I think it's admissible under 403. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience. The legal issue that needed to be resolved has been resolved, and we can resume the testimony. The state may call its next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Eugene Wasson to the stand. And Mr. Watson, you can remain standing if you can raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you'll provide this jury will be the truth and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury? Yes. You can have a seat and make yourself comfortable. And when you're ready, Mr. Wasson, if you can just start by giving us your name, stating it and spelling it for the record.
Okay. Real name is Eugene Robert Wasson, Eugene, Robert, Robert. Nickname Bob. Last name Wasson.
And you go by Bob, is that right? Okay. Well, Mr. Wasson, can you begin by just telling the jurors where you work?
I work at Home Depot, Manchester, Londonderry. So I was a Met supervisor. So
Do you travel between those two locations for work?
I now transferred to the Londonderry location. So I'm in that location now.
At some point, were you working in Manchester?
Yes.
So what are the dates of that? When did you transfer to Londonderry?
I transferred to Londonderry last April of 2023. Was in Manchester for 11 and a half years.
11 and a half years. What role do you currently hold at Home Depot?
I'm just a Met associate now. I mentally had to take a step down and became an associate instead of management.
Before you took that step down, you mentioned management. What were your roles and responsibilities as manager at Home Depot?
I had vast different roles. Last position that I had was merchandising execution team supervisor. So I was in charge of about 20 people. At the high, we did all the resets. So if you've been to Home Depot, we went in and did the Christmas resets and spring resets and pretty much get new merchandise out and stuff like that.
What is the Home Depot and the business of the business? What is the business of the Home Depot? Sorry, that was a
home improvement retail sales.
And so if you could just remind us of your current duties.
My current duties,
yes,
are basically doing resets, getting sales and promotions ready and stuff like that.
I'm showing the defense what's been marked for identification of State's Exhibit 92.
Yes, you may.
Mr. Watson, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 92 for identification. Can you take a look at those items? So you can remove that paperclip, and if you like, you can remove the actual pages from the plastic.
You want me to remove these?
So you can remove it. And that final page, if you can just take a look at that.
Okay.
All right. Are you familiar with these documents, Mr. Wasson?
Yes. The spreadsheet kind of is something that you pull for a report if you're looking for something for receipts and transactions. And the last one is a receipt.
So let me ask you this, Mr. Wasson. Are these records typically held in the ordinary course of business?
It's something that if you had to look up receipts and transactions, then you would. Most people wouldn't get them.
Most people wouldn't, but employees of the Home Depot would. You're able to access those.
If you worked in a certain department, which I did, I ran the service desk, so I had to do audits on this stuff every so often.
And that last document, what did you describe that as?
Receipt from a transaction from the Manchester location on 2/26/2020 around 11:42 a.m.
Were you working at that location?
Yes.
On February?
I'm just going to remind you both, this is a very big room, so it's really important that all the jurors are able to hear both of you. So if you could keep your voices up, please.
Sure.
Were you working at the Home Depot on February 26th, 2020, Mr. Watson?
I was employed with them then.
How were you so employed at that time?
I was merchandising execution team supervisor at that point.
You said you had an opportunity to review these records previously. Let me ask you this. Are those fair and accurate to the best of your knowledge with the records that you reviewed prior to taking the witness stand?
Yes.
All right, at this point, the state moves to strike what's been marked for identification. Strike the ID of Exhibit 92 and mark as full.
Counsel?
We rest on our prior objection.
All right. The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
Okay. So, Mr. Wasson, I'm going to ask you to just take a look at these items, and I want you to start with, it looks like they're in order still. What's the first date you're able to see? And I want you to go to the last date. From the first date to the last date, what is the first date you're able to make out on those documents?
February 5th, 2020 to March 4th, 2020.
And I'm just going to ask you to talk to the back of the room so the jurors can hear you. What is the first date you're able to see?
February 5th, 2020 to March 4th, 2020.
And if you can do me, so if you can count how many transactions you're able to observe on those documents.
About 33 of them.
33. Okay. And what do those documents capture? What are we looking at? What are the documents?
Different stores, different addresses, and store numbers. So there's quite a few of them for around this area.
And when you say different stores,
there's Manchester, Londonderry, Hooksett. So the different Home Depot stores in this section.
And are these transactions that we're looking at or something else?
They are transactions for the different times, and it looks like for a specific class that they were looking for.
Okay. And what is that specific class?
Looks like lime and gypsum. So anything under that category.
Are you familiar with what lime and gypsum is?
Yep. It could be anywhere from drywall to powdered or stuff for gardening.
Stuff for gardening. Okay. Is there a specific SKU number associated with those purchases? And when I say SKU number, let me back up. Are you familiar with that term, SKU?
Yes, we use it every day.
Can you tell the jurors what it means? Let me ask you this. Is the Home Depot able to track specific purchases?
Oh, yes. We can look up different line items.
Okay. When you say line items, how do you look up those different line items?
Typing in the SKU number or description into our computer system, and you'll be able to validate what somebody has purchased.
Those specific SKU numbers, are they related to specific items that you sell at the Home Depot?
Yes.
Does each item have its own unique SKU number?
It does.
And are you able to make out the SKU number specific to those purchases? Let me strike that question. You mentioned a receipt.
Mm-hmm.
The receipt. Tell the jurors again what the date is of that receipt.
The receipt for the piece of paper is February 26, 2020.
And do you see one of the SKU numbers that you mentioned?
Limestone 221-104, which is unique for that one, for limestone.
What else do you see present on that receipt, Mr. Wasson?
Looks possibly like a tool, a fuel grinder, and a blade for a tool.
And that's a Diablo blade for a tool. What else do you see on that receipt?
Total cash, change given, the price of everything, each line item, and the total.
Okay. When you say the total cash, if you can set the receipt down and turn back to the larger document.
Mm-hmm.
How many cash transactions do you see present on that list of 33 sales?
3.
Okay, and what are the dates of those cash transactions?
February 15th, February 26th, and March 2nd.
All right. And specific to this receipt, turning back to the receipt rather,
which would have been the February 26th, Manchester location. Sorry, my eyes got lost.
Take your time. So you said February 26th, Manchester location. That's February 26th of 2020?
Yep.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier when you were reviewing the receipt that there was a cash total.
Yep.
What was the cash total for those items?
$400.
Sorry.
Oh, the total for the product was $396.35. Paid $400 and got change of $365 back.
So the person that made that transaction gave $400.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And thank you, Mr. Wasson. No additional questions. Good morning, Mr. Wasson.
Good morning.
Can I grab that microphone?
Yes, you may. Thank you.
So let me introduce myself, Mr. Watson. I'm Jamie Brooks, and I represent Adam Montgomery. I'm also going to ask you a few questions.
Mm-hmm.
So Exhibit 92 consists of 2 documents, correct?
You talk about this right here?
Yes, the exhibit in front of you now, Exhibit 92.
Okay.
There's 2 separate documents there, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And the first one is a document collecting all of the limestone purchases made at various Home Depot locations in New Hampshire from February 1st of 2020 through March 4th. Is that correct?
No, February 5th.
February
2020.
5th through March 4th.
Yes.
And if I may approach,
Yes.
let's take a look at that document.
That's the receipt. That's the pages. And
That's the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Where are the SKU numbers? Which page? You have a spreadsheet out in front of you, correct?
Mhm.
And this spreadsheet represents 33 separate purchases of some kind of limestone.
So the SKU number is right here, the 22104. This is all the 221104. Right
So
here.
these are all different SKU numbers then.
This is mostly the SKU number for looks like for the limestone.
What are these other
That's
lime
the-
gypsums?
So that's the subcategory. So it goes subcategory and then sub-description. So there's like a big, how Home Depot does it is they have like a class of like hand tools. And then it goes into either a manufacturer, and then it goes into what kind of hand tool, and then it goes into the SKU specific. So it gets categorized in different things. So this is your start of your top class, and then it goes down to more specific of the SKU number. So it's like parent, kid, grandkid.
Okay. But all 33 of these are various limestone products?
It's all the same SKU number. Looks like there might be another. Yes, so it's all the same SKU number here, except for two of them, which is a green and grow limestone, which is a totally different product, but it's still a limestone category.
Okay. 33 purchases from, was it 5 locations? Manchester, Hooksett, Londonderry, South Merrimack, and Concord?
Looks like it, yep.
It's fair to say, though, that Home Depot is not the only store that offers limestone products.
There is other retailers that do sell limestone.
The next document, it is a receipt for a February 26th purchase.
Yes.
Cash purchase.
Yes.
It does not, that receipt does not indicate the identity of the purchaser.
It does not.
And based on your managerial experience, Home Depot retains camera footage for how long?
I'm not sure on that. I never, as the position I was in, we never really had to go to the cameras unless we were asked to validate something. But we have no access to it except for loss prevention and corporate.
And those cameras and the footage obtained therefrom, to your knowledge, is it kept forever?
I'm not aware of, I'm not sure.
It's possible that it gets lost over time?
With the company as Home Depot, probably stays for a long time.
I don't have anything further. Thank you for your time, Mr. Watson.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you may sit down. You are excused. Counsel. Call its next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will call Detective Max Rayhill to the stand.
Detective Rayhill, if you can just stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're going to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth and the things and penalties of perjury?
I do.
You can make yourself comfortable with some water there if you need it. And Detective Rayhill, if you can just start by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
It's Max Rahill, Rahill.
And Detective Rayhill, I've called you a detective, but how are you presently employed?
I am a detective with the Manchester Police Department.
And how long have you been a detective with the Manchester Police Department?
I've been a detective for about 3.5 years, but I've been employed with the Manchester Police Department for 9.5 years.
When did your employment begin with the Manchester Police Department?
July of 2014.
And prior to being a detective, what was your assignment?
I was a patrol officer.
What are your duties as a patrol officer with the Manchester Police Department?
Responding to in-progress calls, accidents, thefts, doing proactive work, traffic stops, things of that nature.
Remind us, what year did you become a detective?
In 2020.
2020 until now. What are your current duties and what are your role and duties as a detective with the Manchester Police Department?
So I'm currently assigned to the General Investigations Unit, and we typically do general investigations, more specifically burglaries, thefts. I'm kind of more geared towards the violent crime and evidence aspect in the unit.
Any prior law enforcement experience prior to the Manchester Police Department?
I was actually a court officer at this courthouse and Manchester District Court.
And how long did you have that role for?
A little less than a year.
Detective Rayhill, did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did.
And what year was that?
2014.
Do you recall what class you were?
165.
And do you participate in regular trainings through the Manchester Police Department?
I do.
Okay. How often would you say you participate in trainings?
I try to do a couple to a half dozen a year. More so, I mean, since I've been employed there, I've done a wide array of different trainings. But since I've been a detective and before I became a detective, I started to do more trainings and towards the investigative aspect of law enforcement.
So is it fair to say the trainings that you participate in currently are more geared towards your duties investigating?
Correct.
I want to switch gears, Detective Rayhill. Were you assigned duties in your official capacity as a law enforcement officer with the Manchester Police Department regarding the investigation into the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery? I know that was a mouthful, but
yes.
Okay. And just briefly, if you could describe for this jury what your role and participation in the case was, just a bird's eye view.
Okay. So I originally started working on the case early January of 2022, where we would help with searches, follow-ups, things of that nature. But I didn't actually get assigned the case with Detective Dunleavy until February of 2022.
You mentioned a Detective Dunleavy. Is that Jack Dunleavy?
Yes.
And what is your understanding of his role in this case?
The lead investigator.
And so what was that interaction like between yourself and Jack Dunleavy?
We had a good rapport, just going back and forth on different things that needed to get done.
I guess my question, did you split duties?
Oh, yes. Yeah, correct. Sorry.
And I think you said this, but your involvement in this matter began in January of 2020?
Correct.
2022.
Yes.
I want to discuss specific processing of an item, sealing.
Yes.
Can you describe your role and involvement in the processing of a sealing for the jurors?
Yes. So we arrived to process the scene June 4th of 2022.
Let me stop you
sorry.
there. When you say you arrived to process
Oh,
it,
sorry. 177 Lake Ave, which is the Families in Transition building, also known as FIT. So we arrived there that morning to get consent from the CEO and the president of FIT, along with the occupants of room 1 in the FIT building.
and when you say we arrived, were you with other detectives?
Yes, I originally arrived there with Detective Dunleavy.
And when you arrived, what did you do?
We vacated the residence and to get it prepped for processing it.
Did you process the sealing specifically?
Yes.
And how did you go about doing that?
So when we walked in, there was 3 areas of interest, and the ceiling that we're talking about, MER 3D, that was further back in the residence of room 1. And so the processing of that, it was a huge piece of evidence. So we needed kind of all hands on deck when we actually took the ceiling down. And
You just mentioned the evidence number, MER 3D.
Yes.
What's the significance of the MER?
So those are my initials.
And so did you log that evidence in under your own name?
I did.
And why did you do that?
I was tasked with documentation and collection that day when we arrived at FIT.
You mentioned collecting MER 3D. Did you also collect a vent cover?
I did.
And what was that logged under?
I believe the vent cover was MER 3A.
At some point during your time, is it fair to say that during your time at the FIT shelter, you did more than just document the ceiling?
Correct.
What else did you do that day?
So after we processed the ceiling and packaged up and got it out of the residence, we ended up cleaning it to make sure that there was no dust on the ground. And we went and processed the scene with, or sorry, not the scene, processed the room and the bathroom with Blue Star.
And walk us through that process. What was your specific role in the processing of that room and the bathroom?
So my specific role was documentation of what we were doing, and I was with Detective Bombard and Detective Bergeron Rosa.
Just a moment.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to switch gears with you, Detective Rahill. During your involvement on this case, did you have an opportunity to review Meta bank account records?
I did.
And specifically an account ending in 5270?
Yes.
And what is your familiarity with that account?
That is the bank account for Kayla Montgomery.
And to your knowledge, is that one that was a shared account?
Yes.
Objection.
Counsel? The objection is sustained. Let me ask a follow-up question.
So Detective Rahill, you mentioned your familiarity with the records.
Yes.
How did you go about collecting? Did you collect those records?
I didn't physically collect them.
Did another officer
Yes.
involved with this matter collect those records?
Yes.
How did they go about collecting them?
Search warrant.
And you had a chance to review those records?
Yes.
Do those records document that? Well, let me back up. You mentioned that this was a shared account.
Yes.
What's the source of that information for you?
On the record.
Your review of the records?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach this one?
Yes.
showing the defense what's been previously marked for identification as State's Exhibit 138. So Detective Rahill, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 138. I'm just going to ask that you take a moment and review those records. And once you've had an opportunity to review those records. Thank you. So the records that I just handed you, State's Exhibit 138, are you familiar with this?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
It was the bank records for that card number ending in 5270.
Familiar with these records? fair to
Yes.
say? Okay. Your Honor, I move to strike the ID of State's Exhibit 138 and mark as full.
No objection? Yes. Is that 138?
138.
138. The ID is not stricken on 138. You can proceed.
So, Detective Rahill, I'm handing you back what's been marked as State's Exhibit 138 for identification. Fair to say that's a pretty lengthy document.
Yes.
I'm showing you now what's been marked for identification. So if you can take a moment and review State's Exhibit 61, just look up when you're ready. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What can you tell the jurors what it is?
So this is a withdrawal from Citizens Bank at 688 South Willow Street. The transaction was.
And let me stop you there. You're familiar with it?
Yes.
Okay. Is this taken from that larger record, States Exhibit 138?
Yes.
Okay. And there's something highlighted on it.
Yes.
And I think you were talking about that just now.
Yes.
Is this item, States Exhibit 61, is that a fair and accurate representation of a portion of the records that you have in front of you, States Exhibit 138?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, the state moves to strike the ID of States Exhibit 61 and mark it as full.
Any objection?
Overall.
Okay, other than the previous objection that was noted, the court will strike the ID and enter this as a full exhibit.
I'm going to take those exhibits back from you, Detective Rahal.
I'm sorry.
With regard to States Exhibit 61, I'm going to put it up on the screen behind you. Is that the same document that you were looking at?
Yes.
And that yellowed in portion, what does that show us?
That shows a 500 withdrawal from 688 South Willow Street, which is the Citizens Bank.
And does it say the date on that document? The date and time of the withdrawal?
It does.
And you mentioned that it was 688 South Willow Street.
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what the date and time is?
It is February 26, 2020, and the time is approximately 11:20 in 13 seconds.
11:20 and 13 seconds.
Yes.
And what was the amount that was withdrawn?
It was $503.50.
Your Honor, if I may approach this. Showing the defense what's been admitted as States Exhibit 92. I'm showing you what's been admitted as States Exhibit 92. I'm just going to ask that you look at the back page, the last page of that document.
In the plastic. Okay.
Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a receipt from Home Depot on March Ave. The date. You want me to go into detail what it is?
Nope.
Okay.
You're familiar with it, though?
Yes.
Fair to say. Okay. So let's talk about 688 South Willow Street.
Yes.
What's your familiarity with that location?
So it's a close proximity to the Home Depot at 129 March Ave.
When you say it's in close proximity, what does that mean?
It's within half a mile. So South Willow Street and March Ave are connected. So they're very close to each other. Or they touch each other.
Are you aware of how long it would take to get from the ATM to that Home Depot?
It depends if you walked or drove, but it would take about 10 minutes. Maybe a little less, 9 minutes.
Have you personally made that commute from the ATM?
Driving wise, yes, but not walking wise.
What prompted investigators to get these bank statements?
These specific bank statements
This transaction specifically.
from the bank.
From the bank.
Okay. So we requested the MetaBank data for the Montgomerys to get a history of purchases. And when reviewing those purchases, we located this.
And did this specific one stand out to you?
Yes.
Why is that?
Due to the close proximity to Home Depot on March Ave, and due to the fact that this was the day prior to a work order at the Union Street address, 644 Union Street.
What's your understanding of who lived at 644 Union Street?
Adam and Kayla Montgomery.
With respect to that Citizens Bank, did officers request surveillance footage from the Citizens Bank?
Yes.
Did you receive any?
No.
If I may approach again. I didn't hear if you permitted that purchase.
You can approach the witness.
So Detective Rahal, I'm handing you what I've shown the defense. It's marked for identification as State's Exhibit 91. And I'm just going to ask that you take a look at that document. Look up when you're done.
Okay.
Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
Can you tell me what it is?
So this was a request for video in regards to the ATM that they did not have. And we also wanted the actual transactions from that ATM, which they did not have either. And this is,
go ahead.
This was requested. I actually don't know when this was requested.
Fair to say several years ago.
Yes. Yeah.
And then this is a newer document from, can you read the date on it?
Yeah, the top date says January 18th, 2024.
But you recall several years ago requesting that footage.
Years ago, and yes, a year ago.
In terms of your experience as a detective with the Manchester Police Department, do you typically request surveillance footage?
Yes.
Is it typically available?
It depends on when you ask for it. Depends if the incident just happened or it's something that is past tense and the video is no longer there.
And in this case, you mentioned beginning your involvement in January of 2022.
Correct.
The purchase that we're talking about, can you remind us of that date?
Yes, it's February 26th of 2020. So almost 2 years before.
Okay. Is that typical for your experience as an officer with the Manchester Police Department, as a detective with them, that they wouldn't still have this footage?
Correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to strike what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 91 and mark it as full.
Any objection? The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
So no surveillance existed, no transaction existed.
Correct.
It did exist through the Meta Bank.
Correct.
What was the next step in the course of the investigation into this specific purchase?
So due to the close proximity to this transaction, we requested Lime purchases from Home Depot.
Was that a specific Home Depot or was it multiple Home Depot locations?
We requested multiple Home Depot locations.
And with respect to State's Exhibit, what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 92, is that reflected in State's Exhibit 92?
I haven't fully looked through this.
Oh, please do.
I just did the back page, sorry. Is there papers in here?
There are.
Oh, okay, so there's more in there. Yes. There's multiple locations on here.
Okay. Which locations do you see?
Merrimack, Manchester, Hooksett, Londonderry, and Concord.
During the course of your... Did you have an opportunity to review those documents once they were received?
Yes.
And that was during the course of your involvement in this investigation. And do you recall when those items were received from Home Depot?
We requested them in August of 2022, and we received them about a month later.
What specifically were investigators looking for with respect to the purchases?
We were looking for line purchases.
Why were you looking for line purchases?
Due to a statement made by Kayla Montgomery.
And I've asked you to look at the last page of that material, the packet that's in front of you. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, so this is the receipt from a transaction at Home Depot on March Ave.
I'm just going to ask you to turn to the TV monitor behind you. Is that consistent with what you're looking at, the papers that you have?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a receipt.
And I want to talk about the receipt. You mentioned the ATM transaction of 11:20 in the morning on February 26th of 2020. What is the date and time of this Home Depot transaction?
11:42 a.m.
That's roughly 22 minutes after.
Correct.
And I want to discuss the amounts. Does that receipt tell you the amounts?
Yes.
And can you just point them out to the jurors?
Yes. It was $396.35.
And it says cash there.
Yes.
What's your understanding of what that means?
So the transaction was paid with cash, $400 in cash.
What's your understanding of the size of the line bag that was purchased?
It was a 40-pound line bag.
40 pounds?
Yes.
And what additional items were purchased during that transaction?
So there was a Milwaukee M18 fuel grinder, which is also known as an angle grinder, size 4.5 blade. There was also a Diablo 4.5 blade purchase and an M18 Milwaukee battery.
So Detective Rahal, I'm handing you what's been published as State's Exhibit 63. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
And is this consistent with what is represented on that receipt?
Yes.
Was there a specific item number associated with the limestone?
Yes.
And what is it, if you can read it from the receipt there?
So it's 4 zeros, and then it's 221104.
And again, the jury's heard that's an item number specific to that item.
Yes.
So Detective Rahal, I'm showing you what's been published as State's Exhibit 62. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what it is?
So this is a screenshot of line bags that are sold at Home Depot that was presented to Kayla Montgomery during our third proffer with her in March of 2023.
I just showed you State's Exhibit 62. If you can just turn to the monitor behind you. Is that what's reflected on the monitor?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of presenting this to Ms. Montgomery?
To figure out what lime that might have been used in the disposal of Harmony.
Without saying what she said, was it bag indicated?
Yes.
And can you point the bag out that's indicated?
Yeah.
That was indicated by that.
Yes.
You can stand. Now, we talked about a specific item number. Is that present on this item?
Yes, you can't see it in that screenshot though. I don't believe.
Were you able to compare the item number from this exhibit with the item number from the receipt, the Home Depot receipt?
Yes.
Are they consistent with each other?
Yes.
Sustained.
How did you compare those?
By researching and finding the SKU number associated with that bag.
Did you compare that to the receipt?
Yes, and that bag is
Sustained leading.
What was the result of that comparison?
Yes.
Detective Rahill, you mentioned you find the SKU number of that particular bag. How did you?
and search for that specific lime.
And did you compare that?
I did.
What did you compare it to?
I compared it to the receipt that we received from Home Depot, and they had the same SKU number.
Was that the same receipt that you just looked at? Same receipt that you just looked at?
Yes.
So the item number that's indicated in the previous exhibit is consistent with the Home Depot receipt.
Yes, it just didn't have the 4 zeros in the front, but it was 221104.
Carter, may we approach the bench?
Yes. This is a good breaking point. So we're going to break for lunch now. Please come back at 1:30. I remind you, do not discuss the case with each other or with anybody else. Avoid any media, social media. or other coverage regarding this case, don't do any independent research, and we will see you after lunch. Thank you so much for your time and attention this morning. All rise for the jurors, please. You don't need the detective now. So I'll ask you to step down. I'll remind you that you're not to discuss this case with anybody during the lunch break. The lawyers will communicate with you
Okay.
about
That-
further.
What would you like me to do? Just leave it here?
You can leave it right there,
Right there?
and the lawyers will do it. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
thank
All right,
you.
very good. Okay, counsel, we're gonna take one more minute to discuss the issue that you want to discuss. So, approach. Why don't you approach? Please be seated. Attorney Agati, if you want to get Detective Rahill back, we can start with him on the stand.
Yes, sir. Sure. Back is up and running, and then I will.
And I don't have those other documents, just FYI.
No, Your Honor, there were, the person who was assisting us in drafting them had missed 2 edits. I've made corrections to those 2 edits, and I've asked them to submit them, and I asked them for that about 10 minutes ago. So it may just not be in yet.
Okay, so the pleading is not going to be identical?
No, it will, I'm sorry. I should say redactions rather than edits. I
Okay,
apologize.
because-
There were 2 areas that had not been redacted out that you had asked to be redacted, and I said, no, these are included.
Okay, but it's the identical pleading.
Yes.
Because that's
identical.
the pleading will be open to the public. And the
That's
other one-
correct.
okay.
That's correct.
All right, Detective Rahill, when you're ready. All right, Detective Rahill, if you would just come back up and take the stand, please. And while you're doing that, you can have them come in. All rise for the jurors, please. Please be seated. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. So, Detective Rahill, just a few more questions for you. During your involvement in this investigation regarding those records that you received from the Home Depot, did you attempt to obtain surveillance footage from the Home Depot? Surveillance footage of specifically that February 26th transaction?
Yes.
Were you successful in retrieving that, obtaining it?
No.
Can you tell the jurors why not?
It was the date that we needed was too far back from when we asked for that, on the date that we asked.
Detective Rahill, will you recognize the defendant if you saw him today?
Yes.
Yes, you may.
Detective Rahill, I'm showing you what's been marked. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize the individual depicted in that image?
Yes, that's Adam Montgomery.
During the course of your involvement in this investigation, the homicide of Harvey Montgomery, did you make an arrest?
Yes.
Who did you arrest?
Adam Montgomery.
The same Adam Montgomery I just showed you an image of?
Yes.
And when did you make that arrest?
It was October. I don't know the exact date, but it was back in October of 20. Sorry. It was back in October of 2022 at the Valley Street Jail, which is 405 Willow Street, the Hillsborough County Jail.
If I can have just a moment. No further questions. Thank you.
Mhm.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
When Kayla was on the stand, she was asked questions about purchasing drugs from Mr. Badero on the day that she claimed Harmony died. And she testified that she couldn't remember if she got the drugs from Badero. Did she tell you on June 23rd, 2022, that she got drugs? She went up and got drugs from Mr. Badero. I think she claimed after they had come back from Burger King, but before the car broke down.
I'm not sure. I would have to refer to my report.
Sure. I'm going to show you a copy of the transcript. Actually, show you the official. And do you recall being present at her June 23rd, 2022 interview?
Yes.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of her transcript, would that assist you?
Yes.
It points you to page 224. And this is actually what I'm going to ask you about, but you can read before or after the organ.
Okay.
And she actually told you all of you in that room, that she was the one that went up and purchased the drugs from Mr. Badero, right?
That's correct. She says that.
And she even was able to give you a reason why she remembered that she was the one that went up.
Yes. Do you want the page marked?
I do.
No.
Do you recall the photograph of that fuel grinder?
Yes.
And that was a photograph that Kayla initialed for you, is that right?
No, I don't believe so. She initialed the lime bag.
Well, were you present for the December prep session with Kayla Montgomery?
No.
December of this past December?
Correct. I was not present.
Okay. You were present for Kayla's March
16.
16?
Yes, I was.
2023 interview. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That was also called a proffer,
Yes.
right? And during that proffer, you came with some photographs, right?
Yes.
And is States Exhibit 62 one of the photographs you came with?
Yes.
And that was the pictures of several types of line, right?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm going to ask you about that in a second. Also, I'm going to show you a copy of States Exhibit 63. Did you go with a copy of this photograph?
I don't recall. I'm not sure.
Okay. Is it possible?
It's possible, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of what's been marked Defendant's Exhibit I. Did you go in with this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you a copy of what's been marked Defendant's Exhibit H. Did you go in with this photograph?
Yes.
And you had been to collect the receipt from Home Depot prior to that March 23rd, 2023 interview, right?
Yes, we received those before that interview.
Okay. And is one of the things in the interview that you wanted to talk to her about was tools?
Yes.
And was Exhibit 63 one of the tools you wanted to talk to her about?
We wanted to talk to her multiple tools. I honestly don't recall that specific tool.
Okay. Well, I will start with the photograph of the lime. You had already gone to collect information from Home Depot, right?
Yes.
And you had collected receipts for something that was purchased that day.
Yes.
And one of the things that set you to looking at purchases that day was mentioned by Kayla in June of 2021.
22.
That lime was in the Union Street apartment used in the shower.
Correct.
And so you were in part looking for purchases of lime.
Correct.
Right? And when you came across this receipt at Home Depot, it talked about a cash purchase of lime, right?
Correct.
And the purchase of the lime was $5.38, right?
That sounds about right. Yes.
Okay, and that was for a 40-pound bag?
Yes.
And did you also do research on what lime does?
For the soil,
Uh-huh.
it raises the pH.
And it reduces growth in bacteria?
Yes. I don't know if I can't answer that question.
Okay. So the only information that you have is putting it on lime to lawns to increase the pH.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And the $199 item that was purchased, it only has a bunch of And this is, I'm sorry, Exhibit 92.
We're talking about exhibit 92 now, or are you talking about the previous exhibit?
I thought that's what was referring to previous. I'll withdraw that objection.
Okay.
So this is one of the pages, and I'll have it all together, of what's been marked as States Exhibit 92. And after the limestone, there was an item that is referenced for $199, right?
Okay, hold on a second. Council, could you approach for a second?
$199, right?
Yes, there's a transaction here for $199.
And in your research, you discovered that that was a battery,
Correct.
$200 battery, right?
Yes.
And then the next item was a Milwaukee fuel grinder, right?
Correct.
And how much was that?
$179.
And this purchase of the fuel grinder came with a battery, right?
I don't know.
You didn't check?
I don't know if it came with a battery.
Okay, it came with its own blade.
I don't know that.
Okay. So if the state said on opening that he bought an extra blade and a battery, that information would not have come from you.
Correct.
So that is almost $400 for a cordless tool, right? And a battery and a blade.
Correct. And lime.
And the lime was only less than $10.
Yes.
So when you took this photograph of various items of lime to Kayla to identify, you only had lime bags from Home Depot, is that right?
That's correct.
And when you asked her to point to the lime bag to see if she recognized it, she said she circled this.
Overruled.
If we can approach, Your Honor.
Okay. The objection is sustained.
When she circled this item, she didn't circle it as the item. She circled it as most similar to the item, right?
Correct.
She did not identify this, even though it's circled as the type of lime that she recalled, right?
Correct.
And she did not circle it as the same packaging as she recalled, right?
Correct.
It was just the most similar of the four that you gave her from Home Depot.
Correct.
And you didn't go to any other place to check about other lime purchases in the area,
Correct.
except for the Home Depot purchases, right?
Correct.
And the Home Depot purchases in the 1 month period had about 33 purchases of lime at various Home Depots.
That's right.
Okay. So it is something that is purchased in the winter time.
Yes.
And you know, if it reduces smell.
I don't.
Okay. So then I'm going to go on to, did you subpoena Tabitha Scott for grand jury testimony?
Did I don't believe so.
Okay. All right.
Hey guys, sorry about that. I'm gonna pull it back up. I'm coming. Sorry about that, y'all. Let's fast forward it. Who is this guy? Wake your ace up. I fell asleep. I did. I'm sorry.
I'll show you again a copy of, and this is the transcript of the March 16, 2023 interview, right?
Yes.
And you were present.
Yep.
And I'm going to show you the bottom of 8481. And again, you can read whatever you want for reference, but it's there at the bottom.
Can I go to the next page? It
Yeah, I
cuts off.
say review anything that you want to orient yourself. There are other pages, I will say, if you're looking for it, where we talk about the circular and miter saw.
Yes. So in these questions, it doesn't appear we describe what we're showing her.
Right. So
Right.
we'll have to get there.
Right.
I understand that.
Yes.
Okay. So you're, if I may?
Yep.
Okay. She had described the old tool that was in the apartment under the counter.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And you showed her a photograph and said, I'm going to show you a picture of a tool. Can you just tell me if you've seen it in the apartment or not? And she said no, right?
Yes.
And you don't know if it was a picture of the fuel grinder, but you probably had one there, right?
Probably.
Overruled.
Right?
Yes, it could have been there. Like I said, I don't recall.
Okay. And you don't know if that was the picture of the circular saw, right?
I believe.
She's referring to.
Correct.
Overruled.
But at some point, she actually did identify the circular saw, right?
Yes.
And so it probably wasn't the circular saw that she was talking about there when she said, I never saw that.
Could you restate the question, please?
Since she recognized the circular saw, it was not the circular picture of the circular saw that you were showing her when she said she had never seen that tool.
Objection, Your Honor. Same objection. Speculation.
Council approach.
So I want to have you, so you do recall that she identified when you showed her the picture of the circular saw, she identified that, right?
Yes.
And that was actually at a different part that you showed her that, right?
Yes.
And she was talking about the tool that was in the apartment when you showed her that, right?
Yes.
And you showed her a picture, and I'm at 844, a picture of a circular saw, and she said it was most like that, right?
Yes. I recall that.
And so this picture of the circular saw is the one that she identified, right?
Yes.
So earlier when you showed her a photo and she said, I never saw that, it wasn't this photograph, right?
Correct.
that, you showed her a picture of a miter saw, and I'm showing Exhibit H, right?
Yes.
And you put that on the record that after you showed her that, she said, no, that's not the one, right?
Correct.
You put on the record that you were showing her the miter saw, right?
Correct.
So we have on the record identification of the circular saw after that first photograph we talked about, right?
Hmm. Yes.
And we have on the record identification of a miter saw after that first photograph that you talked about, right?
Yes.
So that first photograph that you talked about, which I lost again, would have been the fuel grinder, right?
Yes, it must have been if those other two were identified.
Okay. And do you need to see the transcript to know that the other two were specifically identified?
No, I remember those.
Now, Kayla, oops, I get the page, sorry. I'm sorry, your honor, my numbers are different, so it takes a little. Sorry. Kayla testified on direct, or on cross, I think, that she had not mentioned anything about Adam, or had not mentioned the story about Adam wanting to take a tool from her mother's house that she told prosecutors in December of 2023. And she said that she didn't say it because it didn't come up. Okay? You actually, one of you that was in the interview, she was actually asked, and I lost it again. She was actually asked if she remembered Adam buying anything or stealing anything or other types of tools like power tools or anything, right?
Yes, she was.
So she was actually asked about anything involving power tools with Adam, right?
That's correct.
And she did not, in this March of 2023 interview, mention Adam saying that he wanted to take her mother's fuel grinder, right?
Correct.
She did not mention in March of 2023 that Adam wanted to use a power tool on Harmony.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes.
So I see she's trying to discredit what Kaylin said. Kayla said, you guys. I'm awake now, y'all. I dozed off there for a minute. Praying he is found safe. So this is the detective that actually interviewed Kayla, right? So how unfair it is that these cops, these witnesses have to go through all this stress and interrogation for what he did to this baby, yet he doesn't have to face any of this. He doesn't have to sit in a courtroom. He doesn't have to get up in front of a crowd. He doesn't have to be interrogated and talked to like I don't know, the way she's talking to these people, and humiliated and tricked up. He gets to sit back and not even have to show up for court. I don't get it, you guys. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Criminals are getting away with this shit more and more and more. And they wonder why the police department gets stressed out and don't want to work anymore. They're underpaid, overstressed, and they're coddling these criminals. Literally. This man brutally unalived and abused his daughter, yet he don't even have to sit through this court hearing and even listen to this.
Detective Ray Hill, you also talked on direct about the
appalled.
removal of the sheetrock at Fit Shelter.
That's correct.
And you were present for the removal or one of the participants?
I was one of the participants.
Okay. And we also had Detective O'Reilly, I believe. Maybe.
He was present.
Okay. Was the one that was sort of underneath the sheetrock and trying to cut it?
Yes.
And so the sheetrock was cut from underneath.
Correct.
That if you're standing in the room, you're looking at it. And from underneath, it was cut around a very large section of sheetrock, right?
That's correct.
And as it's ready to come down, is that when the paper is laid so that it can be laid on something that will capture anything that falls?
Yeah. So specifically, during that cutting of the drywall, we cut the drywall and the studs were the last things that were holding it together. So we made sure that we had a piece of paper ready to go once we cut those studs out and had a team ready to transfer the wall to the paper.
Okay. And so the team is also underneath at various positions under the drywall, right?
Correct.
And as the final studs are cut through,
Yes.
People are gently bringing it down, and putting it on the paper.
Correct. It wasn't directly down. It was a little to the side from where we took it off. But yes, that was the motion.
Bringing it down and maybe moving it over.
Yes.
And bringing it down and putting it down, right?
Yes.
And then paper, it is sort of wrapped up in paper, right?
That's correct.
So that you've got the paper that is bigger than the sheetrock, right?
Yes.
And as it is put on that paper, the paper is folded over so that it's fully covered by the paper.
Yes, we actually had to use 2 sheets of paper due to the size of the piece that we obtained. 1 sheet was not enough, so we had to actually take 2 pieces to tape them together.
Meaning that you had a strip of paper and decided another strip of paper?
That's correct. And I believe we taped it too beforehand before we actually wrapped it. Like taped it, yes, correct.
Together. So it's all taped up. You come down, you move it, you put it on the ground, And then you step away and somebody moves, probably on both ends, moves that paper to cover it up and moves the other side and covers it up so that it is not exposed to anything that you can help, right?
Correct.
And it was an arduous activity, right?
Yes.
But you all took care to preserve everything that you could.
Yes.
And it may not have worked, but you were certainly trying to keep anything away from the top of that sheetrock, right?
It worked. We made sure that we did everything we could to make sure that nothing got into that sheetrock.
Okay.
That's so true,
you-
Nikita. So
That's correct.
true.
And people weren't sweating on the sheetrock.
I mean, I can't speak to that. I don't know. Yeah, I guess that could have happened. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And so certainly while the sheetrock is being cut from the ceiling, it's hot in there and y'all are sweating, right?
Yes.
And then as you're bringing it down, y'all, it's hot and y'all are sweating, right?
Yes.
And as it being put on the paper, y'all are hot and you're sweating, right?
I can't speak to everyone, but yes, that's a possibility.
Okay. And you don't want your sweat to go onto the sheetrock, right?
Right.
So that as you're putting it down, you're trying to keep your distance as well.
Yes.
And that's why you covered it up right away.
Yes.
Okay. I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I tried Yorkshire. It won't. It's not giving me any kind of caption. I tried, honey. I don't know why it's not doing it. Hey, Laura P.
Just
There
make
is
sure you're standing in front of a microphone, please.
exactly Laura P. Exactly. She's trying to make it look like they're.
So just two questions for you, Detective Rahill. The defense attorney just asked you about the second proffer with Kayla Montgomery, the June 23rd, 2022 proffer, and then that going into the March 16th, 2023 proffer, where you brought those tools. My question for you is related to the defense attorney's question of what information you went armed to that March 16th, 2023 proffer with.
Mhm.
So information from that second proffer on June 23rd of 22. During that June 23rd, 2022 proffer with Kayla Montgomery, did she talk about the defendant's statements about dismembering Harmony Montgomery?
Yes.
Okay. And she actually said, he told me he could put her in pieces.
That's correct.
And did she tell you the context of what he said that in? So did she say what he was doing right before he told her that?
I don't recall.
Did she, well, let me show you. Do you think that seeing that proffer, the transcript from that proffer would refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Yes, you may.
And you can scroll up or down. Just look up in your.
That is true, Debbie. They are not that good.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So, do you recall what she said that statement, when he said that statement in context? Where,
Yes.
what was he doing?
He was putting her in the bag.
And she described steam coming out of the bathroom.
Yes.
Did she say he was working in the bathroom
Yes.
on Harmony's body?
Yes.
Let me ask you this, detective. Typically, well,
Okay, Julie, I got the thumbnail already made. I just
In your
can't change it
experience
until after
as
the
a
live.
detective with the Manchester Police Department, how would one go about dismembering a human corpse?
Sustained.
No further questions.
Fully what she said was, I know he was going to try and like put her in pieces because he said he was going to try, but he said he couldn't, or something like that, right?
Yes,
No mention of power tools, right?
correct,
An inability to actually do what she claimed he was saying.
correct.
Thank you.
No further questions, Your Honor. All right, you may step down.
I like his suit. I like the color of his suit. Like a wedding suit color. It's snazzy. No Dolly today. Dolly stayed home. I hope this is a witness. He looks like one.
Please be careful of the wires.
He did look frustrated. A lot of people don't like to take the stand. I don't.
Just raise your right hand.
They don't like
You
to
swear
do
that the
public
testimony you
speaking.
will provide this jury will be the truth.
I'm one of them.
Penalties for perjury.
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. You can have a seat. And if you'd like some water, you can.
Thank you.
Make yourself comfortable, Ms. Bedard. Can you start by telling this jury your name and spelling your last name for the record?
Yep, my name's Brittany, Britney. My last name's Bedard, Bedard.
And Ms. Bedard, what city and state do you live in?
I currently live in Daytona Beach, Florida.
Daytona Beach?
Yes.
Prior to that, where did you reside?
I lived in Auburn, New Hampshire.
And how long did you live in Auburn, New Hampshire?
I grew up there. I've spent the last 10 years minus 3 years in Florida, and yeah.
Ms. Bedard, what do you do for a living?
I currently I'm opening a business. I work for UPS as part-time, but I work from home.
And what's the highest level of education you said?
I've graduated college a few times.
Okay. Are you familiar with an individual named Travis Beach?
I am.
How do you know Mr. Beach?
I dated him for a little while when I came back home 3 years ago.
3 years ago?
Yeah, I came back from Florida. I moved back up here 3 years ago, and then I left a year and a half ago.
So I want to turn your attention to early March of 2020.
Mhm.
Back in early March of 2020, were you dating an individual named Travis Beach?
I was.
And back then, during early March of 2020, did you have an occasion to stay at the Econo Lodge here in town?
I did.
And do you remember the specific dates that you stayed at the Econo Lodge?
I don't know. I don't remember the exact dates.
Yes, you may.
So this is the girl that helped get rid of Harmony, allegedly. She looks very nervous.
for
Oh,
identification is State's Exhibit 64.
this
I'm
chick
handing you
knows
what's
what
been
her
marked as State's
boyfriend
Exhibit
did
64
with
for
Adam.
identification. Can you take a look at that?
They know what her and Adam did, what him and Adam did, and she was probably a part of it too.
So having taken a look at that, do you recall with any specificity
I don't know
the
if
date
she gets
that you stayed at the car wash?
Yeah, it says on the March 3rd to the 4th.
And does that refresh your recollection as to when you stayed there?
I mean, I remember staying there, but I mean, it doesn't. It says it, so I guess I was there.
Okay. When you say it says it, do you recognize any of the names on that list?
Yeah, my name is there. I remember getting the room. I stayed there quite a few times, so I.
Did you in fact get 2 rooms during that
She's
period?
lying.
I don't remember getting 2 rooms. I remember. I remember them having another room, but I don't remember getting both rooms.
I'm going to take this back from you, Ms. Bedard. When you
Oh,
say
she
you remember
remembers
them
that,
having
but she
another
don't
room,
remember that.
when you say them, who are you referring to?
I remember Adam and Kayla. It was shortly after I met them. That they were staying there too. I don't recall that because it was so long ago. The whole situation on why
Miss-
their room was in my name, but yeah.
Do you remember putting their room in your name?
Vaguely.
Okay.
I don't remember the situation surrounding it, but vaguely.
Okay.
Stop
Ms. Bedard, let me
lying,
ask you this.
no.
You mentioned someone named Adam. Who's that you were referring to?
It was Travis's friend,
You know Adam's last name?
Montgomery.
And you mentioned someone named Kayla. You know her last name?
Montgomery.
Back in early March of 2020, did you have an occasion to visit them at their home?
I did.
So, Ms. Bedard, I'm handing you, it's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 65, or 55 rather, and 56. Can you take a look at those each in
Yes.
turn and just look up when you're done?
Yes, I remember those.
And you're smiling.
I do, because he was the cutest little boy ever.
Okay. Let me ask you this. The images that are depicted on those exhibits, what are they from?
They are from their apartment on Union Street.
Okay, and when you say their apartment,
Adam and Kayla's apartment.
okay. And is there an individual depicted in the exhibit?
Yes. His name is Declan, I believe.
Declan.
I don't remember. We were there for me and Travis were there for a short period of time, and I love little kids because it reminds me of my children. So I sat and played with them the whole time. So
And do you see a phone in that photograph?
I do.
Do you recognize it?
It looks like one of my old phones.
The child that's depicted, did you take that photograph?
I did.
Okay. And was that a fair and accurate representation of that photo on your phone?
Yes,
And how about the second photo?
it is.
And that's referring to State's Exhibit 56 for the record. Also fair and accurate representation?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to strike that deed. State's Exhibits 55 and 56 and Marcus Full.
Any objection?
No objection.
The ID is stricken. They are entered as full exhibits. They may be published to the jury.
So, Ms. Bedard, you said that you recalled taking this photo. And I believe you said it was at their apartment on Union Street?
Yes.
Did that photo actually record the
The location.
time and date?
I don't know if it recorded the time, but I know it had. Okay, it must have. Yeah.
So specifically referring to State's Exhibit 55, did the photo that you took record the specific time and date that the
Yes,
photo
it
was
did.
taken? And what was that?
It was Sunday, March 1st at 6:02 p.m.
March 1st?
Yes.
Okay. And referring to State's Exhibit 56, did that record the location that you took that photo from?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And what was the location?
It just says Union. It doesn't give the exact address. It just says Union Street.
Is there an intersection?
Yeah, Orange Street and Union Street.
I'm going to take those back from you. Thank you. So you mentioned you recalled being at their apartment briefly. Is that correct? So I want to go back to this stay of yours at the Econo Lodge. You said that you may have recalled putting a room in your name for them.
Vaguely.
So do you recall?
But she can remember being at their apartment. She lies.
Adam Montgomery also being at the Econo Lodge?
Yes.
During your stay. And during that period of time, your stay at the Econo Lodge, did you become aware of a U-Haul?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what your familiarity is with the U-Haul rental?
There was a U-Haul that was rented in someone's name, but and I don't remember exactly why. They needed a card on file. I'm assuming because they asked if I could use my card to pay for it.
And when you say they asked, who?
It was Adam and the person, I don't remember what his name is, that they ended up putting the U-Haul's name in.
Okay, so you remember another individual being there?
Yes.
Okay, but you don't recall that individual's name?
No, I do not.
It wasn't Travis Beach?
No, it was not.
So during that time when you were staying in the Econo Lodge, it sounds like you recall putting at least one of the rooms in your name. Is that right?
Yes. Travis and I had gotten a room.
And during that period, did you lose your ID?
Yes. Which happens quite a bit apparently. That was when I first moved back and I had just gotten it and it got stolen from me at the DMV.
So was that recovered? Your
No, it was not.
Did you put the U-Haul in your name? Do you recall?
No, I did not.
And I think you mentioned this other individual. You don't know their name.
I do not remember what his name was.
No further questions.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jamie Brooks, and I represent Mr. Montgomery. I'm also just going to ask you a couple of questions. On direct, you were asked about the O'Connell Lodge, and you were staying there with Travis.
Yep.
And Adam and David were staying in a separate room.
Yes. They were on the floor below us, I believe.
Before
Oh,
you
now
checked
she
into the O'Connell
remembers.
Lodge, you were at the Comfort Inn.
No, I've never stayed at the Comfort Inn. They have too high of a security deposit.
Okay, but you were at the Comfort Inn in an effort to try to check in there, right?
Yes, and that's when I didn't have the money for the deposit, and so we were leaving to go to another hotel.
While at the Comfort Inn, you saw Kayla in the parking lot?
Kayla and Adam, yes.
And with Kayla, you saw her with a CMC bag, correct?
I seen this stroller and I remember, I don't know if it was exactly a CMC bag. I remember there being a tannish, whitish bag in between the seat of the two boys.
And Kayla was in possession of the stroller where the two boys were?
Yes.
Commissioner, vote your honor.
Yes.
Ms. Bedard, I'm handing you what has been marked states 52.
Mhm.
Does this look at all familiar to you?
It does. I mean, from the top, it looked like it had something in it. So, I mean, the bag was set down in between the stroller, so you could only see like the top part of it. But yes,
And again, this was a bag that you saw in Cable's possession.
yes.
Not
Well, not. It was in the stroller, and she was pushing the stroller.
in the stroller that Kayla was pushing.
Yes.
You did not see the bag in Adam's possession.
No.
Thank you, Ms. Bedard.
Just one question. You said you saw that stroller in the parking lot?
Yeah, they were out. I want to say they were outside when we walked outside to leave to go to the Econo Lodge. Kayla and Adam.
You two boys?
Yes.
Together?
Yes.
All right, you may step down.
She knows more, or she wouldn't have lied
We
about
call its next witness.
forgetting about it. She knows a lot more what was going on. They know. She's just trying to save herself. She knows exactly what Adam and
Your Honor,
Kayla
at this
did to
time,
the
the
baby.
state would call Mr. Dennis Cloutier to the stand, please.
That makes me so mad.
This way, if you please go up to the bend there and watch your step on the left. And Mr. Cloutier, sir, if you could please remain standing just for a brief moment. I'm going to have you raise your right hand and swear you in. You solemnly swear you solemnly swear before this jury that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat.
All right, sir, is that your phone that just?
Yeah,
Okay, I'm
let's
going to ask
turn
you
it
to turn it
off.
off, please.
Thank you.
They know they can't come into a courtroom. They wouldn't even let us in the building with a phone. How did he get in that courtroom with a phone? Ours here in where I live at wouldn't even let us bring a phone in.
Yep.
Just turn your phone off.
Yep.
And I'll ask you to remove your glasses, please.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cloutier. As we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name, spell both your first and your last name for the record, okay?
Dennis Timothy Cloutier, DennisCloutier.
And Mr. Cloutier, what town do you reside in?
Allstead, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived in New Hampshire?
Pretty much my whole life, but I moved away for a few years.
Okay. And what do you do for work?
I'm a maintenance man.
How long have you been doing maintenance?
25 years.
25 years. Let me ask you, are you familiar with an address called 644 Union Street?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that address? Could you tell the jury?
I contract for maintenance from the landlord, so I take care of it.
And when we talk about contract for maintenance, what kind of work do you do for them?
Paint the apartments when they're empty, fix things when they're broken.
What about when you say fix things that you've broken? Just thinking about all my contractors that I might have. Do you do plumbing?
Yeah, basic.
Electrical?
Yeah, outlets and such. Nothing more than that.
Okay. Are there sort of lights repairs? There's a hole in the wall or something like
yeah,
that?
exactly.
Locks?
Locks.
Screen and doors?
Screen and doors.
Okay. And what about flooring?
Flooring, yeah.
Okay. And let me ask you, with regards to, I apologize. Also, do you do set up an apartment for when a new tenant's going to come in, or do you clean out apartments when old tenants move out?
Both.
You do both?
Yes.
All right. And how long have you been doing that at 644 Union Street?
2007.
Okay.
That's when the landlord purchased it.
And you're still doing it to this day?
Yep. Worked there this morning.
All right. I want to know, are you familiar with anybody by the name of Tara Hilbert at that address?
She doesn't live at that address, but she lives around the corner in another building that same landlord owns.
Okay. And do you ever interact with her with regards to doing these setups, clean outs, painting, things like that?
Yeah, every now and then we need her to transfer keys or drop off paperwork for a new tenant. If they're going to look at an apartment and no one's around, she'll open it for us, that sort of thing.
Okay. If I could approach the witness.
Yes, you may.
I want to show you what's been marked States Exhibit 136 and 137 for identification purposes only. Let me show you States 136 first. Do you recognize that photo?
I do.
All right. What do you recognize that to be a photo of?
The corner of Orange and Union Street.
And the building you told me about a moment ago, 644 Union Street, is that shown in that photo?
It is.
Is it labeled in that photo?
It is.
Okay. And what does the label look like, just to tell our jurors?
What, the red little icon?
The red icon, okay. And let me also show you States Exhibit 137, again, for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that image?
Same property.
Same property?
Correct.
I believe you said before that Ms. Hobart was living in an adjacent property?
Correct.
Okay.
She lives in this building.
Okay. And by that, you're pointing to a building on the
137 Orange Street.
137, okay.
Correct.
And with regards to these two particular photos, other than the fact that obviously they got a little red sticker down here on the bottom right and they were to come off of Google, other than that, do they look to be accurate for the building that you service? And that you
Correct.
familiar with?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask the identification be stricken on stage 136 and 137.
No objection. All right, the ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits.
So, Mr. Goody, I want to ask you specifically about what other individuals.
This is the maintenance man.
Showing you States Exhibit 101. Do you recognize this person?
Adam Montgomery.
Have you interacted with Adam Montgomery before?
I have.
And was he, did you ever service a unit that he was staying in at 644 Union Street?
I did.
Well, when you met him, did you meet him in person or over
In
the
person
phone?
in his apartment.
And how many times would you say? More than once?
I think I was in there twice.
Twice. Okay. Let me ask you, did you ever have a maintenance request for that particular property back on February 27th of 2020?
I did.
Okay. And when you have a maintenance request, what sort of paperwork gets generated for when you do service on a unit?
Well, the way it works is everything is pretty much a verbal agreement. And then when the job is performed, we hand the landlord a bill. And there's a record of that.
And so the record of that,
It's all invoices.
and that was going to be my question, the invoice.
Yes.
Could you describe to the jury what those invoices look like?
They're triple carbon. You know, the white, the pink, and the yellow.
So 3 different copies. You
Yes.
fill it out one time,
That's
put
it.
the top,
Yep.
and then
Yep.
just makes the copies as we go down.
Correct.
I'd like to go ahead and I'd like to go ahead and show you States Exhibit 70 for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that?
I do.
All right. What kind of document is that?
That's one of my invoices.
When you said before you got the white and then the white, pink, green?
Yeah, no, white, pink, and yellow.
White, pink, yellow. So this is the bottom copy.
Correct.
Okay. And for that particular invoice, you just told us a moment ago about doing some work on February 27th. Is that the invoice from that day?
It is.
Okay. And other than the fact that there's a red stick on it, any changes to that from when you remember turning that copy in?
Not at all.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the identification be stricken from States Exhibit 70, please.
An objection?
No objection.
All right, the ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published to the jury if you wish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Cludier, I want to ask you just a couple of quick questions about the job that you did on this day. Specifically, when going through, and we'll have an opportunity to look at this more later on. What kind of work did you do for that? I'm going to leave it there in case you have to refer to it, but what kind of work did you do at that point?
Oh, the guy called about his tub not draining. I knocked on his door. I met him in the kitchen, went around to the bathroom, noticed that the overflow plate where the drain lever is was missing a screw turned sideways. And he said the drain did not drain.
Right.
So I removed the rest of it, went down to the truck, got a snake, snaked out the drain, discovered that he had dislodged the actual plunger that hooks to the lever. So that was stuck down in the drain. So I removed that completely, went back to the truck, grabbed a brand new plate that doesn't have a lever hookup, and he just didn't get a lever.
Okay.
You see what I mean? And I just put a blank plate on that so it could at least overflow water. And that was that. So I snaked the drain and replaced the plate.
Sounds like would you say that that was a fairly easy repair that day?
Yeah, it was in and out of there in maybe 35 minutes.
Okay. While you were there, did you see anybody else inside the apartment?
Yes, I think the woman, Kayla.
Okay.
And some children were on the couch.
Okay. And the children, you said that they were on the couch. Let me ask you, the size of the bathroom in that particular apartment, how big are we talking, or how
Really
small?
small.
Really small.
Really small.
Okay.
Like a galley bathroom.
Okay. I see what you mean. So if I come through the door of the bathroom,
if someone's standing behind the door of the bathroom, it won't open.
Okay.
It's a small bathroom.
The plate that you said was off.
It wasn't completely off. It was missing a screw. It was hanging sideways.
Hanging
It takes two screws. If you remove one, it's going to rotate over sideways.
So when it was rotated over sideways, could you see kind of down back into where that overflow drain was?
Yeah, that's the point. That's where you enter the snake when you snake out a bathtub. You remove the overflow plate.
Okay.
So,
and you're not about to say excuse me, let me back up a little bit. Having one screw on an overflow plate, that's not a way that you would typically leave an apartment when you go to get it ready for a new tenant. Am I right in saying that?
No.
With regards to when you're doing this repair, where is Adam Montgomery?
Right outside the bathroom door.
Okay. And are you guys talking at all during that time?
Not really. He's doing more pacing than talking. So
more pacing than talking.
Yeah, he was just kind of waiting for us to finish.
With regards to that particular apartment, I'm going to grab that invoice back from you soon. After this time period, were you ever called to go back there to do other sorts of maintenance repairs?
I think I had to go back one more time to fix some lights on the ceiling. Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about that?
They were just popped off the ceiling. They were hanging by the wires.
Literally
Yeah.
off the ceiling.
Yeah. The wires weren't disconnected. I mean, a light isn't heavy. The lights we use are real light. They'll hang by the wires and still work, but they were hanging by the wires. So put them back up.
Any idea how those lights got pulled down? Excuse me. I'll withdraw the question and I'll rephrase. With regards to those lights, did Adam Montgomery tell you how they got pulled down?
He said he took them down because he thought there were cameras in them.
With regards to other electrical work, did you do any other kind of electrical work on that unit while he was residing there?
I had to replace the thermostat.
You had to replace the thermostat.
Correct.
Okay. Any other electrical repairs that you know?
No, that's it.
And let me ask, when you later on that particular apartment, when you do clean outs, could you describe for us what you do in the apartment for a clean out?
Throw everything in bags and bring it to the dump. Rip the carpets out and bring those to the dump.
Okay. Do you remember doing a clean out of this particular apartment after the Montgomerys left?
I do.
For the clean out that you said that you would rip different things out, just in general, correct?
Well, whatever's damaged and needs to be replaced.
Okay. What about appliances? Do you ever remove those?
I do.
Okay. And do you have any recollection whether you ever removed any appliances from that unit?
Yeah, we threw the fridge away.
Mr. Clutie, those are all the questions I have for you. I appreciate your time today. I believe defense counsel may have a couple.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you may step down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 2:45. Perfect timing for our mid-afternoon break. I remind you, don't talk about the case with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. We'll come back in about 15 minutes. All right, all rise for the jurors, please. All right, take a short break. You'll remember that if you want, when you want Mr. Middleton, we'll just need a little bit of extra time.
Your Honor, I think, you know what, why don't we just go ahead and do that now? We're going to take them out of order. We'll have them right now so we can get them done today. I want to make sure he's done on time.
So we'll bring him up, put him right there. Okay. And then we'll just, we'll bring him in once the jury is seated. Is that what everybody agrees to do?
Either way, Your Honor, that's fine with the state. No preference. Whatever's best for court staff. Pardon me. We would, because we will be handing him some documents. Thank you.
So I don't want to make the decision for you. Tell me what you want to do. Do you want him on the stand beforehand, or do you want him to be brought in?
I think it's okay for him to be brought in, Your Honor. That's fine.
So let's bring him up, put him in there. As soon as we get the jury in, we'll bring him in. Okay? All right.
I wonder who all will be interviewed today, you guys. I wonder if there'll be more witnesses. I'm curious about the Travis guy because I really believe that Travis is. Hang on just a second, y'all. I'm trying to make Valentine's Day gifts for the babies. Let me put this over here where I can talk to y'all and do that both. But let's see. It sounds like they are talking about Adam. Well, that was the maintenance guy. So that proves that Kayla's telling the truth about Adam being Adam is that proves Adam was paranoid. He was paranoid, and it seems to me that like Kayla's telling the truth. Why would he be paranoid if Kayla done that to Harmony? Why would Adam be paranoid? Kayla's not paranoid. So why is Adam paranoid? You see what I'm saying? It just seems like to me that that Adam's paranoid, but Kayla's not. And why would Adam be paranoid? Because Adam's the one who hurt Harmony. That's what I think anyway. Sorry guys. I'm trying to make Valentine's for these littles. Kind of like an Easter basket, but it's a Valentine's Day basket for the girl. So, yeah. Let me put this in here. I guess I should probably put this in here first. get it down in here where, set it down in here for her. The littles. I always make something for the littles every year for Valentine's Day. It doesn't matter what. I always just kind of make them a Valentine's Day bouquet. Usually like a little bouquet for the girls. I make a little candy bouquet for them. I can't believe that woman's sitting there. Oh, let's drop that. That woman is actually sitting there trying to take. I'd be afraid to sleep at night if I was trying to take up for a monster like Adam, like she's doing. I would be afraid to sleep at night. But obviously, that's their job, and she takes pride in trying to protect a monster. Because, in my opinion, Adam's a monster. I'm trying to make these little things cute as to be. And with as much candy, but I got more than candy. I got little stuff to put in there, suckers and all that for them, and toys. Candy heart suckers and toys for after. I'm sure they had plenty of candy yesterday, though. They get a lot. But I like to try to make them some cute little Valentine's Day gifts with toys and candy. Something cute for them. What's this little box? I don't know if I'll be able to put it in there. I'll try. Oh, I'll just set it right there for them, or somehow, I don't know. Daisy, I am eating Fruit Loop jelly beans. They got all kinds of Christmas stuff out, or meth always makes you paranoid. Well, that's true, but Kayla's not paranoid, but he's pretty paranoid. I wonder if there's any more stuff there. Seems like he's pretty paranoid. So, yeah. Look, the only thing I got was suckers. Put this over here. Fit good, yeah, right there. All right, I got that one done. Now I got to get the other one. I could probably tape that in the front of this thing, or just set it on top. Oh, there went my microphone. Hang on. I thought I bought other cute stuff, but maybe not. Maybe he was on the M2. Oh, he was on everything. Him and Kayla, they were on everything. They were doing it right and left. They didn't care. They didn't care. They were getting methadone, plus doing crack, plus doing everything else. So they didn't care. They did not care. They didn't care about them babies. They didn't care about themselves. They didn't care. I wonder how bad and severe the abuse was for the little babies. You know what I mean? I wonder how bad it was for them. The saddest part of it, in my opinion, anyway. Hang on just a second, y'all. Okay, guys, sorry. I'm back. But yeah, Adam is just a piece of poop soup on the coop. I mean, he's just a horrible person, and if he gets out of this, there'll be so many people mad and upset at him, like like at this horrible court system. Like I said, I can't believe they allowed them to have cell phones. They wouldn't let us in the courtroom here with cell phones. I don't know why they would let him or others come in that courtroom without with the cell phones and sunglasses. You know better than that. You know better than to go into a courtroom like that. I would never try to do it. So I don't know. It's just like they let these criminals away with everything. It's like the bad is good and the good is bad anymore. Like the good-hearted people get shit on. The good law-abiding citizens get crapped on while they butter and baby and coddle these criminals like Adam. Like, why should everybody else have to be in court? Why should everybody else have to stand in court and be, grilled in court and everything else while Adam doesn't have to even show his damn face? And he's the one who done this. But they have right. They have right. Well, guess what? You lose your right when you choose to unalive your child. Seems like to me, you lose your right. You lose all your damn rights. But who am I to say? I'm just a citizen who's paid taxes my whole life and never had a record, never had anything. I'm just a law-abiding citizen, you know. I don't know. I don't know anything. I'm just a nobody, really, according to them, or according to everybody else. You know. Hang on, girl. Put this down in there. There we go. It's so cute. Okay. The judge can make him be there, but chooses not to. I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think the jury needs to see his reaction. I think the jury needs to see him. I think he needs to face the fact that what he did to his precious little baby daughter. Like, he literally beat her face off. He beat her face till it was swollen and bruised. You heard Kayla say the shape she was in when they took her out of that back seat and placed her in that when they took her out of that back seat and they placed her in that thing, her little face was all beat in, bruised, swelled. She had blood from days before where they beat on that baby. Literally, where they beat that baby about to death. She had bruises and blood all over her from it. I was aiming to get more candy yesterday, but I didn't get a chance to. But I think this is enough. A cute little stuffed animal with some candy and stuff. A good amount enough. I hope it don't bleed out on the little stuffed animal. But yeah. Cute. That's cute. Sorry, guys. Peppermint tea is good for infections in your teeth. Well, I'll tell you what I do. I rinse when I brush my teeth, I rinse my teeth out with peroxide. I always use peroxide. Peroxide whitens your teeth. Did y'all know that? But whitens your That's why my teeth is in such good shape. At my age, Usually your teeth start going bad. I use peroxide, y'all. And it helps my teeth. I know y'all don't think that works, but it does. Y'all. Oh, thank you, Shauna. Thank you for being a member for 6 months. Thank you so much. We still need to find out if we are related, Daisy. I know we do. I don't want to put it out on here because people stalk, but I know we need to. My legs hurt so bad. Thank you so much, Shauna Martez. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless you. Y'all, I like white chocolate better than I do chocolate. I like chocolate, but I don't like, I really like white chocolate. My mom had us gurgle with salt water for a sore throat. I use peroxide. And it goes away. But I wouldn't recommend nobody else doing it. I'm just telling you what I use. I use it. I don't recommend nobody else doing it. That's me. And it helps me, but I don't know if it would help anybody else or not. But I use it. I don't know how long they're going to do court today. They did it to what, 4 o'clock yesterday? I brushed my teeth with a toothbrush and rinse it out with water and use bleach paste. Oh, well, I don't know if I would use bleach. I mean, if they have certain things, maybe. But I'd be afraid to use any kind of harsh things on my mouth. Which peroxide is good for so many things. They actually put peroxide in toothpaste. So, hang on, y'all. Oh, I know I was going to put those little things in there, but I forgot. Hang on, y'all. I got to put some stickers on this thing for the babies. Hang on just a second. I got to put these stickers on. Uh-oh. Hang on, y'all. I got to put these Valentine's Day stickers on here for the girl. I don't have to wrap them, but I do have some little things that you'll have to get them separate. Huh? Well, let me put this sticker on here, y'all. There we go. They're done. All right, guys. Oh, my Lord, my knees are killing me. Yeah. I use Sensodyne toothpaste. Your teeth real sensitive? I made some cute little baskets for the kids today. They don't have a lot of candy in them, but they got cute little toys. One's got a cute little cup in it, and the other one's got a cute little Hello Kitty stuffed animal. Miss Daisy, make sure you wipe the surface with alcohol first before you put the stickers. Okay, yeah, I gotta get my Cricut out, y'all.
Just a minute.
Ooh, there she is. No Adam. No Adam Montgomery. Looks to me like he gets to pick and choose whatever he wants to do. I bet you he'll show up. I bet you he shows up when he has to have his sentencing. Because I have a feeling the jury's going to find him guilty. That's what I think anyway. He's a coward. He's a coward because he doesn't want to show his face. He doesn't want to have to look at people because he knows that people knows that what he did to her. He knows that people knows what he did to her. He's a coward. Hang on a second, y'all. Okay, I'm back, y'all. These cases are exhausting. And I didn't even stay here yesterday. But they're just exhausting. Very exhausting. Not sure yet. Once he goes to prison, he won't have a prayer. They'll get him. He's already in prison. Hang on just a second, y'all.
All rise for the jurors. Please be seated. State may call its next witness.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Mr. Brendan Middleton to the stand, please.
All right.
Again, Your Honor, he will need to handle documents. We've already discussed this. Good afternoon, Mr. Middleton.
Sir, if you could just remain standing for just a moment.
Absolutely.
Please raise your right hand, sir. You solemnly swear that you will tell this jury the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat.
Thank you.
There's some fresh water there.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Middleton, as we're being recorded here today on the record, would you please state your first and last name and then spell both your first and last name for us?
Brendan Middleton, first name Brendon, last name Middleton.
And Mr. Middleton, how far did you go in school?
I got my GED.
Okay. And let me ask you, at this time, are you currently residing at the Hillsborough County House of Corrections?
Currently, yes.
Okay. And when's your release date, sir?
I just found out yesterday I get out in July.
In July. Okay. I'd like to ask you with regards to, that's where you're living now, but where were you living back in March of 2020?
The Welcome Home,
The Welcome.
Manchester, New Hampshire.
Manchester, New Hampshire. Is that on Concord Street?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let me ask you, when you were also one other date. So we've talked about March of 2020. I want to jump forward a little bit in time and talk about July 6th of 2022. Where were you living then?
I believe I was homeless around that time.
Home at that point?
Either welcome home or homeless. I've lived there on and off a couple of times.
Okay. I'd like to ask about a name, Brittany Bedard. Do you know who she is?
I know the name and kind of remember her face, yes.
And what about Travis Beach? Do you know that name?
I do.
Okay. And how do you know him?
I met Travis through work when I was doing tree work at Accurate Tree Service. Brittany was eventually his girlfriend.
That when you met him, Brittany was his girlfriend, or I'm sorry, you just said
later in
eventually.
time. I met Travis and he was single at first.
Okay. All right. Back in specifically March 3rd of 2020, did you agree to rent a U-Haul van for Travis Beach?
Yes.
Okay. Could you go ahead and explain to us why did you rent a van for him that day?
To my knowledge, Travis had contacted me. Him and Brittany were dating. They were looking to move furniture from her father's house. They didn't have a card or the money to do so. I've always been told and raised to help my friends and people I care for. So I agreed to do so. I met them at the South Willow U-Haul, or the gas station next to U-Haul. I went to U-Haul, rented the van for them, drove it over to the gas station, met them, and had left it in their hands.
All right. Let me ask you a couple of quick questions about that. The U-Haul, I believe you just said it's the one down on South Willow Street?
Correct.
Okay. And the gas station where you met them and gave them the U-Haul, where was that in relation to like the South Willow Street U-Haul?
I believe it's right next door to it.
Okay.
Maybe I could be wrong. Maybe there's a store in between, but if to my knowledge and what I remember, it's right next to it.
And how did you end up paying for that U-Haul?
With my debit card.
When you rented it, did you have to fill out paperwork or check off some boxes?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And did you have to go through that before they would give you the keys to the
Yes.
van? Did you have to sign for it at one point?
Yes.
Obviously, this was back in March of 2020, so I take it you don't have a copy of that paperwork with
No,
you.
no, sir, I do not.
If I could approach, please, Your Honor.
So is this supposed to be the guy that helped distributed Harmony's body? He's not going to tell the truth.
I'm gonna present you with a copy of what's been marked States Exhibit 94 for identification purposes only. And go ahead and take that out for you. You can go ahead and just generally flip through. I'm going to turn the cover page, kind of look at page 1 of the substantive exhibit. Take a minute to look through that and each of the next pages. Take your time. And then I've got a couple of questions for you when you get done, okay? generally, that group of information, do you recognize that as a copy of your contract that you signed for this rental?
Yes.
And when you look through there, did you see anything familiar, like your name or your license number or date of birth, something like that?
Yes.
And with regards to the other details of the rental, are they all contained inside that document?
Correct.
Other than the fact that this does not have your hand signature on it, with that difference and the fact that the first page here has got a little red sticker, any other sort of changes from when you remember going through that same paperwork in those same fill in the blank sections as when you see it here?
No, as far as to my knowledge, this is everything that I remember. Yeah.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd ask for the identification to be stricken from State's Exhibit 94, please, and it to be a full exhibit and published to the jury.
No objection, Judge. All right, the ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit, and it may be published to the jury.
Thank you. Mr. Middleton, I'm going to let you hold on to this exhibit. No, you're good with it.
Okay.
What I want to do is ask you a couple different questions about some of the information that you filled in on this particular rental that's seen there in the documents, the ones that you signed for. And you can look either at what's in front of you, or if you want to turn around and look at the screen, if that's easier to see, let me know.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Mr. Middleton, I'm going to go ahead and start with a little bit of this agreement that you signed for to get this particular U-Haul. And I want to go ahead and go to the very first page of the document if I can. And so that to let you know, and the jury is also going to be looking at the same pages that you're looking at. Exhibit 94, and we're going to look at the very first page. So at the very top, could you go ahead into the area where it says customer information and contact search and tell us a little bit, the name that's filled out. Is that your name, Brendan Middleton?
Yes, it is.
And did they spell it correctly?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And with regards to the address that was put down, the 60 Londonderry Road in Wyndham.
So that address was the address on my license at the time. I had gotten out of rehab and a couple years before that, and didn't have my driver's license. My friend that lives at that address, very close friend of mine, I've known since 6th grade. They had taken me in. Her mother had taken me to go and get my driver's license reinstated, things like that. That is the address I had, or I needed an address to use. That was the address I had at the time.
All
So
right.
that's what the address they used when I filled this out, because that is what was on my ID.
I understand. That makes sense. Question for you on this is, again, you said that your name was correct. I also want to ask with regards to the phone number on there, that's 603-401-9158. You see that there?
Yep.
Is that your phone number at the time?
One of many old numbers, correct.
Okay. And what about the date of birth, sir? Is that February 14th, 1996?
That is correct.
I wish you a one-day belated birthday.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Going on with continuing to the document, I want to stay here on the very first page again of Exhibit 94, and I want to talk about the address of the rental and where you rented it to. Does it reflect the same place that you just told us a moment ago, the South Willow Street address where you got the rental?
Bye, Audrey. Thank you for coming,
And
honey.
with regards to the time and the date, is the
Oh,
document
goodbye. I
accurate
thought
that
it
you
said
got it on
goodbye.
March 3rd of
Sorry.
2020 around 3:49 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Thought it said goodbye.
Moving on to staying at the lower part of, again, same page, first page of the exhibit, I want to talk to you a little bit about the information where it says dispatch. If you see there, what was the equipment number that was assigned to the van that you got?
BE4352W.
And the specific time and date that it got sent out, what was that under dispatch date and time?
Hey,
March
DD.
3rd, 2020 at 5:49
Love
p.m.
you, DD.
And then finally, with regards to the pickup odometer, and of course, you're familiar with what an odometer is, right?
Correct.
All right. And what did the odometer, what was it recorded as reading when this van went to you?
5,092.
5,092 miles?
Yes, correct.
Okay. What I'd like to do now is kind of stay with that first one. And I want to ask you about the difference between when the time went out and when the time went in. So you can stay with the dispatch section, or if you'd like, you can also look at the screen. I want to talk about the return just underneath. So again, are we talking, what's the return date that this van went back to U-Haul?
March 4th at 1:47 p.m.
Okay. So that's the following day?
Correct.
All right. And what was the odometer reading when the van went back?
5,225.
And so if I could direct your attention to the screen just for a minute, I want to be able to put both the out time and the back time, the out odometer and the back odometer up there for when this van got dispatched out. And just to confirm with the jury, this is the van that you rented. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So let's see, that's 19 hours, 57 minutes for a rental and what, approximately 5,225 minus 5,082, around 133 miles or so, give or
Correct.
take.
Yeah, I would say so.
I'd like to now, if you would go ahead and flip over to the second page of that exhibit. Again, staying with exhibit 95. I'd like to talk a little bit about, there was an additional contact that you listed with U-Haul for the rental. And who was that contact?
Travis Beach.
And the phone number that was put there for Travis Beach, is that you gave that to U-Haul or did Travis give that to U-Haul?
I believe that Travis gave me okay to give his name and number for it.
Okay.
Again, I mean, this was a few years now, but to my knowledge, yes, I had the okay to do that. And he was willing to do that as well. So.
And I know you said before that, I believe you testified a few minutes ago, you met him at the gas station to get him the van.
Correct.
All right. Did he go into the U-Haul with you to do the rental? Or
He
no,
might
was
have.
at the gas station?
I don't exactly remember. I just know that my vehicle was over at the gas station and I did not leave it unattended. So I don't know if one of them came with me or none of them came with me. I can't exactly remember, but I know me personally, yes, I went into the U-Haul.
Right. And when you say them, one of them came with you, who are you referring to? Who's
I
the
want to
them?
say it might have been Travis, but then again, it could have been Brittany. I don't really remember.
So them is one of those two, Travis or Brittany?
Yes, correct.
All right. Thank you. Skipping now, if you could, I'd like to go to the fourth page, if you would. Oh, you were the authorized driver on that, correct?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to go ahead and if you could go to the fourth page for us of the exhibit, and I've also got it up behind you. I would like to ask you a little bit about, again, the customer information. That's your name, again, being listed down there with 60 Londonderry Road of Wyndham. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And separate from that, also, again, the rental out time, is that reflected on there? That March 3rd, 2020?
Yes, sir.
All right. 5:49 p.m. is when it finally went out?
Correct.
Right. Moving a little bit lower, the equipment, where it's listed below where it says equipment, is that same BE 4352W that you read before? That was the equipment number back on page 1?
Yes.
All right. And what is the string of letters underneath that?
AJ78147-AZ.
And are you familiar with what the license plate was on that U-Haul?
No, I do not remember.
Well, I'd like to go ahead and bring you through a little bit farther into the document. First of all, was it your signature block that would have been down at the bottom that you would have signed on page 4?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to jump now to the next page of the document, page 5. Again, it's got yourself listed as the customer. Is that right?
Yes.
Right. And then the phone number. Again, I want to make sure that that's accurate. That's the phone number you gave before, 401-9158?
Yes, sir.
Skipping along to page 6, if you would, please. And flip one more. And I want to talk about the rental date time for when it was returned. Do you see that at the top left-hand part of the screen? I'm sorry, the top left-hand part of the page?
Yes.
Where it says rental date and time and then return date and time?
Yeah.
Okay. And could you read for us what the rental date and time was, please?
March 3rd, 2020 at 5:49 p.m. and the return date was March
The
4th
police
at
and the woman?
1:47 p.m.
And later on
Police
that page,
officer
if you
and the
look
woman?
a little bit below there, again, down from there and to slightly to the left, I wondered if you could go ahead and read us the equipment section where it says equipment before it goes MI out and MI in. What's the equipment information that was listed in your rental?
BE 4352W.
And the next string of numbers and letters?
AJ78147AZ.
So that was AJ78147AZ.
Correct.
Milton, I want to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 100B for identification purposes only. With regards to that exhibit, do you see that same string of letters and numbers in there, the AJ78147AZ?
Yes, sir.
You see that also on this particular document?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Having seen this document, does that help refresh your recollection of what the license plate number was for that?
Yes, now it does.
And what was it?
AJ78147.
And the mileage back in where it says MIN, could you read again what that last mileage was, the reading from the odometer?
5,225 miles.
Thank you. Finally, on the next page of the document in front of you, Exhibit 94 still, is that a promissory note?
I'm sorry?
Is that listed as what's called a promissory note at the top?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what a promissory note is?
Not exactly. You'd have to I believe from what I read, it's me promising the money that's owed.
Okay. And that's okay. If you don't know, I don't want you to guess. I just want to make sure that.
Yeah, no, I do not fully understand that.
All right. That's all right. Thank you. With regards to that, though, on this particular document at the very top of the page, is your phone number listed again? And your name, your address of 60 Londonderry Road that you gave in Wyndham. So basically your name, your email, it's all of that listed again.
Yes, sir.
And does it also include your date of birth again?
It does.
And then finally, with regards to that same document, if you would look in the middle, sir, of again, top of page 87, does it specifically list out what the license plate is of the vehicle that was rented?
Yes.
And what does it list?
AJ78147. Well,
on this particular trip, when you rented this, or not trip, but when you rented the van, at that point, I believe you testified on direct that you then got it to Travis Beach at the gas station. Did you ever see that van again?
No, sir.
Are you the person that returned that van?
No, sir.
When you got him the van, did you get your car back? Or was your
Yes.
car right there, I should say?
Yes, I had parked the van. I had gotten back into my car and I left and they left in the van.
And who did you see leaving the van, just to be clear for the jurors?
Travis and Brianna.
Brianna, Brittany.
Brittany, I'm sorry.
I just want to make sure we're accurate.
Yeah,
and was that Brittany Bedard who you were talking about
Yes,
before?
correct. Brittany Bedard.
Did you know Adam Montgomery back
I've
then?
never heard of his name at the time.
And what about Caleb Montgomery back then?
No, sir.
Back then, did you have any idea who they were?
Nope.
Did Travis ever talk about the name Adam Montgomery when he asked you to get this rental for him?
No, sir.
Did Brittany Bedard ever talk about an Adam Montgomery or Caleb Montgomery when you were interacting with her and Travis that day to get this rental?
No, sir.
Just a moment, please, Ron.
This guy had to be stupid to do something like that. How stupid are you to rent a U-Haul for two people that's on drugs and everything else?
I had asked you about where you lived at a couple different times, not only back in 2020, but also on July 2nd of 2022. On that day, do you recall Manchester police officers coming to talk with you?
I do.
And did you agree to talk with them?
I did.
The rental that we just went through, is that what you talked about with them on that day?
Yes, sir.
And at the end of the conversation, did they tell you why they were asking?
Yes, I had asked them.
You might be
Hold
right.
on, I'm not going to go into it. I just want to know whether or not you told them.
Yeah, I did.
If they told you why they were asking.
Yes, they did.
Did you know Harmony Montgomery?
No, I did not. I mean, at the time I had heard of what was going on, but I did not know her.
He don't look good, does he, Debbie? He looks like
And so
he's
at
beat up
that
all
time,
the
when you
time.
rented it, you had no idea what that van was going to be used for, did you?
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Middleton. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have one or two.
Appreciate it.
And good afternoon, Mr. Middleton. I do not have any questions.
Thank you.
So you may sit down.
Appreciate it.
We'd ask for the witness to be excused, please, Your Honor.
Any objection?
This guy was so stupid. Who rents a U-Haul for criminals? A criminal themselves?
Take care.
Hey, that's pretty creepy. Hopefully they have trackers on that police car where they can find out where that police officer is. Maybe somebody hijacked the police officer because the police officer arrested that girl. Hopefully they have trackers on them on the cars where they can find the cars or on the police officer's phone. A lot of police officers' family members probably get 360 on their cell phones. They can track it through that too. No, they ain't, Audrey. Man, how brave is that to freaking do to a police officer? Man, you talk about crimes. The petty crime they arrested her for, that ain't going to be nothing compared to what they get now. If they mess with a police officer, they are stupid. People are stupid. I do believe that Travis.
Would you please raise your right hand, ma'am? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Please feel
Well, they
free to have
took
a seat.
So Help Me God out of there, y'all. They took
Ms.
So
Smith,
Help Me
as we're
God
being
out of there.
recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first name and your last name for the record?
Roseanne Smith, Roseannessmith. Most people call me Rose.
Ms. Smith, let me ask you with regards to, are you currently a New Hampshire resident?
I am.
And how long have you been living in New Hampshire?
Since about 1980.
1980. And how far did you go in school?
High school and then some college.
And with regards to work history, what are some of the different jobs you've had in your time?
I was a child care provider. I am currently a yoga teacher. And I drive for a non-emergency medical transportation company.
This just a little bit closer.
She's nervous, y'all. She's
Okay.
nervous.
That's good.
There's some water there if you'd like. Feel free to pour yourself a fresh glass if you would care to. Ms. Smith, you said you drive sometimes for was it a medical care transportation?
It is a non-emergency medical care transportation service, and that is fueled by Medicaid.
And what's the name of that service?
That's Pelican Transportation.
Do you still drive for them?
I do.
And how long have you been doing that?
For 5 years.
5 years. Okay. For providing those sort of transportation services, could you just explain to the jury briefly what your day-to-day interaction kind of looks like with a different patient who needs transportation for medical services?
Yes, I provide service to recovering addicts going to methadone clinics, to kidney dialysis patients going for kidney dialysis. I bring people to Easter seals. So I provide a service to people who cannot drive themselves.
Okay. Let me ask you, are you familiar with a person, and did you ever drive a person by the name of Kayla Montgomery?
I have.
And have you ever driven a person by the name of Adam Montgomery?
Yes, I did.
Where did you give them rides to? And I'm sorry, what kind of rides did you give them? What services did you drive them to?
I drove them primarily to the methadone clinics on Market Street.
On Market Street?
That's correct.
When you first started driving them for trips to the methadone clinics on Market Street, where were you picking them up generally in the city?
Yes, December 14th, 2019, I began picking them up from Dubuque Street from their parents' house.
And later on, did you ever pick them up from the vicinity of 644 Union Street?
Yes, I picked them up from Union Street as well.
With regards to the two of them, would you drive both of them at the same time, one at a time, the entire family with children? How would you drive them?
I would drive the entire family, and they would go in and dose, and I would um, sing Baby Shark with Declan and Seamus.
And those were the two children that they had with them?
That's correct.
Okay. And did they have a child with them named Harmony?
No, they did not.
I'd like to ask you specifically about one particular incident in 2020 with regards to a ride that you gave Kayla Montgomery. Um, and what I'd like to ask you about this is with regards to a conversation you may or may not have had then with Adam Montgomery. Okay. All right. You have to say yes or no. I'm sorry. It's how we record here.
Yes.
All right. Do you know the incident that I'm talking about?
I do believe
So
2021, right around March and spring. Well, hindsight is 2020. It was around 2021 that the incident happened.
well, then that's what I'd like to ask about. March of 2021. Thank you for correcting me. So in March of 2021, would you say, would you or would you not agree that this incident was not like this driving was not like other driving that you've done for them?
Absolutely. It was something I will never forget.
Okay.
Ma'am, I'm going to need you to raise your voice. It's a big room, and everybody.
She seems to have a good memory. Why can't them other ones? She wrote
It was not like other rides.
Okay. I'd like to ask you, when you first did you see Kayla Montgomery on that day for this particular ride?
Yes, I did.
And without going into what Miss Montgomery said, when you saw her face, how did she appear to you?
Her left eye was badly bruised and starting to swell shut.
Did you drive her that day down to the methadone clinic?
I drove both of them that day.
And with regards to, pardon me, excuse me, with regards to that drive, had you driven Miss Montgomery the day before?
Yes, I had.
Did she have that black eye the day before?
No, she had not.
So on that day when you drove her down to the methadone clinic with the black eye, who else was in the car with you and Miss Montgomery?
Adam.
Adam. And by that, you mean Adam Montgomery?
That's correct.
It just seems funny to me that this little old lady right here has a better memory than them young ass people that claim that they can't remember anything, but she can remember the exact dates when things happen.
You recognize who this person is?
Yes, that is Adam Montgomery.
This is the other person that you drove in that car?
That's correct.
Were Declan and Seamus with them on this drive?
I do not believe so. I think Kayla said she left them with a neighbor. Oh, okay.
I don't want to ask what Kayla said quite yet. So
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Okay. The children were not in the car with them that day.
Okay. So they were not with them that day. When you saw Kayla with the black eye and you were driving down to the methadone clinic and back, how was she moving in a car? Could you describe physically what you saw in terms of her movements?
She didn't move very much, and she didn't say very much because Adam was in the car.
At some point in time, did you pull out your cell phone? And can you
she had asked to use
hold on just a minute, Ms. Smith. I'm sorry. I can't ask you what she said to you.
No.
So I just want to talk a little bit about what happened in the car,
Okay.
physical movements, okay?
Yes.
And I apologize. That's on me. I should ask more clarifying question or a more specific question. With regards to the drive to the methadone clinic,
Yes.
did anything occur in the car on the drive down to the methadone clinic?
No.
Okay. And then for the drive from the methadone clinic on Market Street back to Union Street.
Yes.
Let me ask you, the event that I want to ask you about, did that occur when you were back at Union Street?
Yes.
Okay. When this event occurred, where was Kayla?
In the front seat beside me.
Okay. And where was Adam at this point?
Walking away from the car.
Okay. And with regards to there with Kayla, what, if anything, did you try to give Kayla?
I tried to give her my phone.
Okay. What did you believe she was going to do with the phone?
She said, well, I can't do, she said
Oh.
she wanted to call for help.
Okay. And with regards to that, how was she physically at the time? I know you've described the black eye already. How was she physically when you went to try to give her the phone?
She was shaky.
Where was Adam when you tried to give her the phone?
He was walking back towards the car, but
And so at that point, you said he was walking back towards the car.
I didn't see Adam there. I saw rage. Saw pure rage walking towards me.
What did Adam do as he, and were you in the driver's seat?
Yes.
And where was Kayla?
Beside me in the passenger seat.
And what did the defendant do?
He reached into the window of the car and twisted my phone out of my hand and said, "You're not giving my wife that phone."
What did you say to him when he did that to you?
I looked at him and I said, "Adam, I love you. Please give me the phone back. I'm trying to help you guys."
What did he do then?
He then gave me the phone back and I was able to give it to Kayla.
Did he say anything else?
No.
So that you begged him for the phone back.
I begged him for the phone back. I did report that
It's a dangerous
Let me
situation.
ask about that. You said you reported that.
to my boss, not the police. I reported that to my boss, and I told her that I didn't think I should be picking them up anymore, that I had been very frightened by what had happened. And thereafter, I carried pepper spray.
Thereafter, you started carrying pepper spray because of this.
Yes.
Can you just have a moment, please, Your Honor?
Wow, that's a strong witness right there, ain't it? She let it out before she even had a chance. They said to tell her not to. Getting in the middle of domestic violence can be dangerous. A lot of people have lost their lives in the middle of it. I know family members, a lot of family members have lost their lives. So a little lady like that could definitely be at risk for being hurt too. Because this animal obviously does not care two shits about human life at all. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, I don't know. It might have been an accident. Angie might have. I don't see Angie doing stuff like that on purpose, y'all.
Sometimes we need a minute to confer.
Yeah, he's a monster, right,
I just
Audrey?
want to clarify with you
And it's very dangerous.
to make
I
sure
don't
that
blame
I
her for being
understand
scared.
accurately.
Junior Gotti, if you would use the microphone and keep
Sorry,
your
Your
voice
Honor, I
up,
thought it was
please.
close
Thank
enough.
you.
One question that I would like to go ahead and ask you and just trying to clarify is I know that you testified a moment ago that this occurred in your memory, that this was back in March of 2021.
Yes.
And I want to ask you whether or not you are sure with regards to that particular date.
I am.
Okay. Do you feel that at all that, or excuse me, have you ever provided statements to others that had occurred in the spring of 2020 other than 2021?
I had to meditate on that. And I concurred with my boss. We have records.
You have records.
My boss at Pelican Transportation has records.
Okay, so let me just try to clarify. So when you say I had to meditate on that,
And I asked my boss.
you asked your boss. Okay, all right. Meditation out loud. So you asked your boss about the date and when you asked to not have to drive them anymore. Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct.
Okay. And after doing that, you looked at some records?
Yes, my boss has all the records of when we pick them up and when we drop them off.
And after speaking with your boss, now your memory is that this was in 2021 rather than 2020.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Smith. I don't have any further questions. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
This little old lady alone, she was traumatized.
Hi.
Are you able to hear me okay?
I can
Oh,
hear
that
you fine.
monster.
Yes.
I'm sorry about what happened. I can tell that it shook you.
Mhm.
This was March of 2021.
Yes,
No doubt in your mind about it.
that's correct.
When Adam took the phone, you told him that you loved him,
I did tell him that.
and he gave you the phone back.
He softened and he gave me the phone back.
Thank you so much, Rose.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Very briefly, Ms. Smith, you
Yeah.
said that he softened.
He did. The
Softened.
anger in his face went away, but the rage that he had in his face, and then that knee-jerk reaction that he had to it by snatching my phone out of my hand, it was very frightening.
I understand.
It was assault. Thank you. All right.
She's voicing her opinion. It
Nothing here,
was.
Judge.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Twisting her hand was assault. She's not lying about that. She's so nervous. Twisting her hand was assault. She could have pressed charges on that son of a bitch. And it's
All right,
probably
ladies and
what
gentlemen,
happened.
that is going to conclude the testimony for today. It's about 10 of 4. You've been very, very attentive. We all very much appreciate that. I'll remind you, don't speak about the case to anybody, not each other or anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Don't drive by any locations. Don't look up any names or any people on social media. Please avoid all media having anything to do with this case. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 8:45 for a 9 a.m. start. Thank you so much for your time and attention, ladies and gentlemen. All rise for the jurors, please.
I love how they respect it. That's one thing I do like is that they respect the jury. But they also should respect the witnesses too. Like that little lady. She's absolutely right. It was assault. If he twisted her hand, it was absolutely assault. He's a monster, you all. And make no mistake.
All right, anything? Yes, okay.
She should have reported it to the PD, but I guess she just didn't want to. But he's a freaking monster. Look, empty seat. They're showing that empty seat. You can tell they don't like it. A lot of people don't like it. A lot of people are furious that they're showing that empty seat because he's not showing his face. Yet this little old lady had to take time out of her work, out of her day, and out of her life to come up here on stand and be nervous to stand up for Harmony Montgomery. Now, what he did to Kayla, I don't care. She stood back and let him do that to Harmony. I don't care what he did to her. Them 2 other children at that time, I felt bad for them. If he was doing it to Kayla, he was probably doing it to the little ones too. He was probably hurting those little boys. And I know that they're not allowed to bring up that part of the case, but I'm sure there's a neglect and abuse charges there on Kayla and Adam. They should anyway be. Yeah, that little lady was scared. If she wouldn't humbled him, let me tell you something. She's very smart because I've dealt with mental health a lot in my lifetime. A lot as a nurse, I've dealt with mental illness. And I can tell within a mega sentence when somebody's getting ready to snap and lose their shit. And I've had patients actually do that for no reason at all, snap and lose their shit. And you have to know how to talk them down. You have to know how to be calm and talk them down. I'm very good at talking people in a rage down. Um, you have to handle them very gently. And she did the right thing by telling him that she loved him. Because if not, he could have very well assaulted her even worse. Because he was not going to let her use that phone. That's when she should have picked up the phone and she should have called the police herself. Daisy, don't call her own. Old. That wound hurt her feelings. That would hurt her feelings, you mean? I mean, she's elderly to me. She looks like she's elderly. I think they should make him come to court. I think they should make him come to court too, but they're not going to. You would think Kayla would be embarrassed to have been associated. Well, she's just as bad as he is. They're 2 peas in the same pod. Anybody that was, she saved herself. She didn't want to save Harmony, but she saved herself. You have to say something kind to get them to snap out of the rage. Exactly. You have to talk them down. Like I had one getting ready to jump over the nurse's station on a CNA that they didn't even know. The CNA didn't even know what was going on. The patient just didn't like the way he looked. And he was getting very, very, he kept going around and around and around the hall. And every time he'd come back, he was getting more and more agitated. And finally, he tore his clothes off and almost jumped across the nurse's station on a CNA. When I said, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, bud, what's going on? Why are you upset? Calm down. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. Calm down, buddy. Let's go over here. Let's go back in your room for a minute. Let's talk." And that's how you do it. And he did. And then we got the doctor, to give him some medicine to calm him down. But you can't. If I wouldn't have reacted the way I did, or if I would have tried to yell at him, there would have been a code green, code green, code green. He would have snapped on me, but I calmed him down by talking kindly to him, and we got him calmed down enough to be able to medicate him and help. Adam is like a wild animal in the wilderness. He has no mercy for nothing, not one thing. And so, yeah, she did the right thing by doing what she did. Now, I don't know what happened to Adam in his lifetime to make him such a cold hearted piece of shit on the streets. And I can't say that it was his dad's side of the family because obviously his uncle's not like that. His uncle was very upset and very scared for Harmony, um, and grandmother as well. So I don't know what happened to Adam. There's no excuse. Like all of us has took abuse when we were younger. All of us has been abused. Some of us choose not to take that route of abuse. So that's not a freaking excuse for him. Um, that little old lady should have called the law and reported it as an assault.
To
I wish
my
I
home in South Fulton.
had
2020
my
was before I knew that a phone call was going to be made and I was going to have to abandon my home. As a result thereof,
I don't know what that's all about, but yeah. Oh, thank you. All I have to do is get my master's degree and I can teach psych nursing, which I've not worked in psych. That was on a regular med surge floor. That was on a regular med surge floor. We got psych patients all the time. I never really worked a lot. I've been pulled to psych before. That's true. That's exactly what it is, Diamond. It's demon possession, in my opinion. That rage, that anger, those dark eyes. Yeah. Adam's got the devil in him. Many, many, many. Like it said in the Bible, when the man was demon possessed, the demons that Jesus drove into the pigs and they all drowned in the water, they told Jesus that they were legions of demons. My sister was an RN in psych for many years, so she could probably tell you the same story. Nurses have to do everything, including being a doctor. We're the doctor's reminders. We're the doctor's mistake fixers. Like if we see that a medication is overdosed, or if we see that the doctors wrote on the wrong chart, or if we see that the patient's getting a medication that they don't need, I've had to do that many of times. Many, many of times. They, like the ER doctor sent a patient up from the ER to be put on a ventilator, and the patient was just fine breathing on its own, and I had to call back down to the ER and tell him, Doc, are you sure you got the right patient? And he said, come down here and bring the chart. I brought the chart down there, and he was stressing the hell out. And I'm like, it's okay. We all make mistakes. So all he did was just fix it. It was no biggie. I mean, it would have been if the nurses wouldn't have checked. Like if I would have been a sorry nurse and I would have just went along with the orders, you know, which I'm sure respiratory would have picked it up because respiratory does the same thing. They're like we are, same, you know. Respiratory would have been like, are you sure about this, doc? I think it was a CPAP they were actually going to put the patient on. Was it CPAP or something? I don't remember exactly what it was, but I know he messed up and I had to go back down to the ER and show him the chart where the orders, and what it was is he wrote the wrong, somehow the orders got in that patient's chart. It was a mistake. So that's just what we do. And I'm sure respiratory would have done the same if they were good at respiratory. And most people in respiratory are pretty good. I've not seen anybody that's not been a respiratory therapist that's not good. They've always been good. Everyone I've ever worked with in respiratory has been good. I've never not. Now we've collided heads a little bit, but that's because we all have different views, you know. But other than that, everybody I've ever worked with has been really good in respiratory, laboratory, um, radiology. We're all like a team. We're not just, it's not just nurse. No, it's nurses, CNAs, surgical techs, respiratory, lab. We're all friends. We're all work as a team. And um, anesthesiology. I mean, I've worked a lot with anesthesia. Working in OB, you have to work with anesthesia a lot. Um, doctors, you know, just you you do it. Show us your baskets, Daisy. Let me see. I took a picture a while ago. Hang on, let me see if I can place that picture up here on the thing. I miss nursing, y'all. I'm thinking about getting my CPR training, and maybe if I could work back at a place where they'd work with me and my back so I could build my strength back, I would go back. Let me see here. Hang on, let me send this picture to Facebook. Do 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 do. They're not the greatest, but it's cute enough. Let me hang on. Let me pull up Facebook. Um, but yeah, I miss it. I do. I missed working with all my friends, and I had a lot of friends, y'all, working in the medical care, and we bonded even more. Me and the fam bonded. The when when COVID hit, all of us bonded together because we were all in the same bad predicament. It's not the greatest, but I've done better. But that's what I made the girls today, y'all. Little candy baskets with a toy. One's got a little cup in it, and another one's got like a little toy. I usually do better every year, but this year I'm not feeling the greatest, so I've run a fever today, so but I always seem to make the girl stuff every year, and I usually wrap it in cute little like Easter basket plastic and stuff. But I just didn't feel like it today because I've not felt good. So I just put those little things together for them, the babies. Thank you. Like I said, I had other stuff, but I just don't feel very well. Don't feel very good. I usually do better than that, but hey, it's cute. They got a toy, they got candy. That's all that matters. And usually I'll start collecting early, like for their Easter baskets. I'll start collecting early, like little stuff, little Easter peeps and stuff like that. I'll collect early. Hang on just a second, y'all, okay? I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Um, but yeah, I would have got more, but my husband was acting like a brat yesterday while I was out at the store. So I just got what I could, and he don't like to shop. I never bought an Easter basket. They are expensive with nothing in them. I never buy the pre-made ones. I always buy Easter baskets or make my own homemade Easter baskets for the babies every year. The babies get so much from me. I love, love, love them babies. So yeah. Bub usually gets a dinner. He'll get like we'll take him out to eat and stuff. He don't really like chocolate. He's not a real big chocolate candy person. So I was gonna buy him some yesterday, but he don't. He wasn't even home. He was out and about running around. So but when he was little, I always made sure he had Valentine's and my girls. But now they got husbands, and so I focus on the grandbabies. You make yours too. I bet yours is really cute, Diamonds. I bet you make some really cute ones. Who are the baskets for? My stepson's two daughters. They're the grandbabies. My husband's daughter's Bub's sister, she lives in Kentucky, so we don't get to see her a whole lot, but we do try to do for her when we can. Well, it's my husband's grandkids, basically mine because I help raise their my husband's sons. They're like my kids. They stayed with me all the time when they were little. Like I had them. They were my wherever you see me, you saw those two boys. And one of the boys has got two children. One daughter is adopted. She's actually Amanda's daughter, biological child that they adopted. But she's my grandbaby. She's just like Amanda. She hangs to me like Amanda. And then the baby, she's just the cutest little baby in the world. Like them little girls, I adore them and love them so much. So I always make special stuff for them because they're still babies. They're still little. And they're just the best little kids. And just well, they're just precious. I love them so much. I used to stop shop so much that I couldn't get it in the Easter baskets. Well, actually, I do. I couldn't get the. I bought a little box of like these little marshmallow hearts for the side. I couldn't get them in there. But I used to do that with my stepsons. When I had them, they would stay with me and my husband a lot. Um, I would buy them so much stuff. Like I've got videos of them, and like they didn't like the expensive stuff. You bought them a bunch of the little cheap toys. Oh, they thought that was the world. I could I can remember. We've got videos of them. I'd love to show it to the my stepson's daughters of how little and cute they were. They were just adorable. They were 6 and 7 when I married my husband. They were with me both times I found out I was pregnant, and they were just the best brothers to their sisters. And I kept my stepdaughter too. She was like 12 or 13. She was like 13 when we got her. And then she stayed with us for a year. She went back to her mom when she was 14. Um, Bub's mama. So I've had kids all my life, and not to have children around every day in my house is hard because I'm used to having children around me. My husband's kids were never step. I raised them so they are mine. Aw, Shauna. Well, basically they're mine. But you know how. They're I don't want to take that away from their mother. And actually, my stepson's mom and me, we get along very well. Like we're friends. We've been friends for a long time. Like she comes to our parties, I go to their house for parties. Like if there's any kind of event, She comes, we hang out. There's no illness between me and her. We get along very well. We're almost like, well, she is a part of our family. She's a part of our family. I tell her that all the time. She tells me the same thing. Like, I don't see her as my husband's ex wife. I see her as a friend or a family member. So, and I think that, and that's always what it's kind of been. It's all with me and her. I mean, we've had a few little spouts here and there, but it's always me and her getting along. Like, not ever not getting along. Really, we all get along. Like, I don't think of her as um I think of her as family. And if she doesn't come to our events, I'm like asking the boys, "Where's your mom? Is she coming?" You know, and stuff like that. And I think that's a very, very important to get along with the mother of your stepchildren. Now, the mother of my stepdaughter's mom, no. But y'all know the reasons why, because of her. She's a very different person. And that's another story for another day. Um and I won't even let Bub around her because of what has happened in the past with my stepdaughter. Will you be able to take us out to Benny's grave today, Miss Stacy? When my husband gets back, if he gets back in time, I will. He'll have to get the four-wheeler out, the side by side for me to go up there. I would like to go, but right now he's out and about. And I'm not feeling the greatest, y'all, right now. I think that's why I fell asleep because I'm running a little bit of a fever. But I would like to get out of the house today. Maybe I'll start feeling better if I got out. I went yesterday to the store and stuff, but I still felt really bad. So I wouldn't mind going to Benny's grave. I'm going to go to whenever they start selling the knockout roses again. I'm going to go and let them and get me some knockout roses and bury them in Benny's grave. My husband said that my neighbor built or dug about a 6 foot grave underground with his big tractor. Like, he's got a humongous tractor. Like, it's one of them big bulldozers. Like a big, it's not a tractor, it's a bulldozer. And he dug a huge um hole and put Benny in it with his bulldozer. My neighbor is amazing. Maybe get yourself another hydro hydrogelian. Well, I mean, he didn't dig it uproot my hydrangea. He just shaved it to the ground. The roots are still there, so it'll grow back. But he basically just shaved it to the ground. It's still rooted, so hopefully, um, my heart's still broken over Beanie. I just, I don't know. It almost breaks my heart to look up on the hill and not see him standing there. My husband said, I'm about ready to get rid of Baby Jack. He's just so mean. I said, you're not getting rid of Baby Jack. He wants to sell Baby Jack. I'm like, no. But Baby Jack is mean, but luckily he's not large enough to hurt somebody. Oh, Diamond sent me some pictures. Oh, Diamond sent me pictures of Easter baskets. Are they the Easter baskets you made your kids, Diamond? Look how cute. Oh my gosh. Let me see. Oh, I love that. That is so cute. You made them homemade? Is that like a shirt? Oh, you made that shirt for your little Easter bunny? Oh, them are so cute. Minnie Mouse. 2021. How cute. Oh, what does that say? That must be your daughter's name. Look how cute. I love that. So cute. Uh-oh. Sorry. Oh, sheet. What did I just say? Look how cute. Adorable. So cute, diamonds. That is so adorable. I love it. Well, guys, I've been on here 7 hours and 20 minutes. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and get off here for the day. But I may come back tonight and do a live stream tonight. So I didn't do one last night because I was just so over it, everything. And I needed a rest. That was a few years back. I can't find the pics of last year. They're adorable. I love it. But guys, y'all stay tuned. Stay safe out here on these YouTube streets. We'll be back tomorrow for Harmony Montgomery's trial in the morning. I might be a little bit late, y'all. I might be up and going. You never know. It's from day to day. But y'all stay safe out here on these YouTube streets. Stay prayed up. Pray for justice for this little baby girl. Pray that we get justice. Uh, Pray for these people out here on these YouTube streets. Pray for Christine, y'all. She's not having the best day. I love you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. I love you all. Have a good day. Love you guys. Bye.